We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles in name. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. Left the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global games ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land. They talk world peace, while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers at us well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people. we sing. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want angry boys. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper per Asian get better in the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, so distracted people never win the race. They weaponize conflict, divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls, but tell Black America to stay entertained while generational death never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud. While the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve, so we stand locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused. We too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, the distracted people never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies. World politics, black focus, no distractions. Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, and forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Monquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in Truth Over Lies, Cart Before the Horse family. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got a crazy show tonight.
Crazy. Ain't nothing changed but the daggone date. Whether or not you think it's crazy as well, come one, come all, this fine January 13th, 2026. Gavin X and I are still in the mix, reporting to you Jive Chickens with Truth Over Lies. Sweet Jesus in the morning time. It's a lot going on. It's a lot. Y'all see that thumbnail? Ice out here wilding. Help it, Lord.
Yes. So the title of tonight's show, America on Edge. You know, Somali Community, fraud probe, ice madness. We're going to touch on it. This show has been long overdue. All right. Y'all been wanting us to touch on. We've been letting the stuff develop. We can't go in prematurely. But now I think we can talk about it.
Thank you. I find it important too. These spaces, a lot of opinions, right? Granted, fair. But when we start getting serious out here, folks is getting deleted. It is best we get all the information, especially when there's loss of life. It's getting wonky, man. Did anybody have this on their bingo card coming into 2026 by chance? I bet you didn't.
Man. And shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. She get the show started. She actually sent this Cash App last night. So shout out to Ebony, 25 ball. She says, happy Monday, brothers, and go Steelers. So you must have sent this before the Steelers game. This Cash App did not age well, Sister Ebony. Shout out to you. It didn't age well at all. All right.
Oh my goodness, so bad. Shout out to our lovely Freedom Ride Sister Ebony Dean. We appreciate you nonetheless, good sister. Yeah, woo, Steelers took that L, and Tomlin said, he said, I bid you adieu. I don't blame you, dog. Go ahead and enjoy your retirement. Enjoy your family.
Well, there you go. Listen, he ain't about to retire. They've been wanting them gone. Be careful what you ask for. So y'all know Pittsburgh. Y'all ain't from here. Pittsburgh is very much so a racist place. So, you know, a lot of these folks wanted him up out of here since he been here. Never been respected. And he stepped down. He still had a year on his contract. So he said, you know what? And they was, you know, yelling from all the Twitters and everybody going in. He said, y'all been asking for this for years. I'm just going to step down. I'm going to go work at Baltimore. I go coach the Ravens. They got a vacancy. Yeah. Listen, if he go coach the Ravens.
Yeah. Boom, shakalaka.
Huh? Any takers? Huh? Shout out to SBC Casino. Not yet. My goodness. I can see that. Shout out to Tomlin. It does seem like he could bring the best out of a quarterback. I sound like one of these sports analysts. I sound better than you, G Honda. And I'm sports illiterate, dang near. Golly. But shout out to Mike Tomlin. I might do a sports morning show. That felt kind of good.
So yes, he removed himself. He said, y'all want me gone? Go ahead. Be careful what you ask for. So this might be the beginning of the end. Either they're going to bring somebody in and do great, or they will forever regret.
Ooh. See, I don't know. Is it just when it's your home team? It's hard to always imagine the next coach. You know, I couldn't imagine Tomlin before Tomlin. Couldn't imagine, none of them. But I wonder, it should be very interesting. Shout out to Tomlin. He definitely brought in that melanated swag factor. That's for sure, as we always tend to do.
Yeah. So after 19 years, stepped down on his own. He said, all right, I had enough. I'm about to go with y'all. His kids got to go to school. He got to live in the community. People talking junk. He said, you know what? Y'all got it.
There you go. I think it was very smart. Step down before you truly become the villain. They had a little playoff run last time. Be done. He got a Super Bowl, right? Or two. He got at least one. Be done with good. You're good to go, man. Take that on the chin. That's a good ride off into the sunset. Better than being fired halfway through the season.
And there we go. And shout out to Major Drama. Come through, gifted a membership.
Appreciate you, brother. Loving that hoodie.
And he come back, been a member 2 months, says this intro be fire. Where can I download these?
Woo,
you know what? We're going to upload them. Shout out to the people on Patreon. We're going to start uploading the music to the Patreon. And y'all can, you can download it or listen to it from there.
Cart Before the Horse Records, huh? Woo, 360 deals for anybody and everybody.
So there you go, brother. Everybody who's a part of Patreon, which I believe you are, we'll start uploading it and catalog it over there.
I love it. There you go. Cart Before the Horse Records, soft launch is in the Patreon. So you guys to join the Patreon if you want access. Appreciate you, Major Drama.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
That part. And we will also there is a Patreon show this Friday. So we're going to see. We're going to try to go live this week. We're going to try to come back tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Wednesday?
Wednesday, yep.
We're going to try a midweek rumble. So we'll see. Maybe around the same time. Set your notifications. We missed this Saturday, so we're going to pull up.
There we go. Y'all know we always going to make it up to you, Jive Chickens. Huh? Don't know why. Yes, I do. Because we love y'all. We appreciate y'all.
So that's a full schedule. So we pretty much up here for the rest of the week. Thursday, SBC. Friday, Patreon. Saturday, Regal Rumble. Sunday, back up here. And like I said, tomorrow, we're going to pop up on y'all.
There we go. Stand by.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
But until then, tonight, we're going to talk about it. Where's my guy, the hustler's philosopher? You know what? Because he wasn't the first guys to talk about this. We could have broke this story months ago. All right. But we here now, I guess.
Facts. Here we go. That's fine. Like you say, Miss X, let's let all the data collect, and so that our opinions are at least educated.
So we're going to start here in Minnesota. Let's see what's going on.
Minnesota.
In December of 2021, the FBI installed a surveillance camera overlooking this building just off Lake Street in Minneapolis. At the time, it was Safari Restaurant, which overall took in $12 million in federal child meal payments through Feeding Our Future. Safari's former co-owner, Salim Saeed, is on trial alongside Amy Bach, the Feeding Our Future executive director. Safari claimed to feed 4,000 to 6,000 kids a day. Its invoices and meal counts shown to the jury alongside the video. An FBI agent testifying that an average of 40 people came and went during the 6 weeks it was surveilled. The FBI set up a total of 12 cameras at sites claiming to serve extraordinary numbers of meals. Another was at a deli in St. Paul, also registered by defendant Salim Saeed, which claimed 1,800 meals per day. The video shown to the jury showed an average of 23 people a day coming and going.
Oh.
I remember when I lost my mind.
They've been running up a bag like never seen before. We're going to document it. All right. Listen, it's a lot. Massive fraud. Allegedly, allegations. They claim to feed 6,000 kids a day. They say it's more like 20 to 40. So they investigators say they fed 40 kids in 6 weeks and pocketed $12 million in cash for feeding 40 kids. 12 million.
Sound like a case of cooking the books to me. Just overcooked. Yeah, fried to a fricassee. They is point. See what I'm saying? Cook, you know what I'm saying? Don't do it. Because often you see white man gonna come get his pay. You know, if they would have said, you know what, your numbers were a little off. You know what I'm saying? You feed roughly 100 people a day. You claim 150. That's still fraud. However, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to think a certain complexion can get away with certain levels of fraud. He the wrong color. As Mr. X say, Somali, African-American, African. We all the same shade, baby. Yeah, that's egregious. Ain't no way he overcooked them books by thousands.
By millions. Yeah, hell. Wow.
An average of 23 people a day coming and going. The jury was shown dozens of invoices, meal counts, and emails seized from Feeding Our Future's headquarters in St. Anthony. Some showed links to websites that randomly generated names and ages to create rosters of children who were served meals. Many were signed or sent by Amy Bach, who's charged with wire fraud, along with bribery for the alleged kickbacks that...
And that's the thing. If you start working your way up this scheme, it's all white folks at the top. So yeah, the Somalians is on the news, all of that. But what we see with Amy Bach sitting there, Amy was the head, all right? And she used them. And she like, look, but when it all came down, just like now with the governor resigning, stepping down, and some of the white folks are stepping down trying to run. It's too late. Y'all involved.
Yeah, listen here. The fraudulent wire transfers and everything got to go through somebody. They got to go through some white person. Now, y'all know that's how it is. Preferably a small head. So unfortunately how that works. But you're right. Ain't that crazy? How when all the chips go falling down, the rich folks just break way. Shout out to that movie Fun with Dick and Jane. Yeah, that was a good one with Jim Carrey. They hired, it was like Dinner for Schmucks. They hired him as an executive just so he could take the fall, and they went and ran away on their yachts. Yeah, I wonder who's, there you go. Conspiracy. The Somalians are the face of the fraudulent acts. Well, who's really in charge?
She received. Her defense attorney tried to raise doubt when it cross-examined the FBI agent that they didn't see the back entrance where it's possible meals left packed in trucks for delivery. He pushed back, insisting they'd still see congestion. To that volume, he said, I would say it would not make any sense.
That case became one of the biggest COVID-era frauds in America. And the kicker, Minnesota's own Department of Education had red flags, massive spikes in reimbursement requests, impossible meal counts, and they still rubber stamped the paperwork. Now, this new audit proves what everyone with a brain has been saying for years. Incompetence starts at the top. When the governor's own office is sloppy with receipts, how can he possibly keep his agencies in line? Republican Senate Leader Mark Johnson said it perfectly. Quote, sloppy accountability at the top breeds waste and abuse everywhere else. And he's right about that. You cannot preach fiscal responsibility when you are overpaying employees, losing state property, and mismanaging vendor payments. And it's not just the Feeding Our Future mess. We've also got the Autism Services fraud case, another multi-million-dollar scam in the same state involving clinics billing for therapy that never happened. And to make it worse, some of those same providers were linked to the Feeding Our Future network. It's the same pattern: inflated invoices, non-existent oversight, and zero accountability.
That's it. So it's wild. We're going to mine through it. But the thing is, they was doing it on so many fronts. I would see that the daycares, the food restaurants, little grocery stores, and, you know, it was all going hand in hand. They had a whole, we're going to mine through this. And even down to the doctor's appointments. A lot of these people, they were getting doctor's appointments and they would say they don't speak English. Therefore, they had to hire an interpreter. And the interpreters get paid $100 an hour at a minimum of $8, 8 hours anytime you call them. So every time the Somalians go to the doctors, they automatically go request the interpreter. So they was in bed with the interpreter people and they would come. So all of them, they go to the doctors and like, I don't speak English, you know, we need, so they got to hire somebody, pay them $100 an hour just to come interpret.
How many years was this racket going on? How many years?
At least, they don't know, at least since C-19.
So I think that like we got about 5, 6 years.
Probably more though. They don't know. And it's really been ramping up over the last few years.
See, let's give it 6 years. They've been doing this for 6. That's a safe number. They've been doing this for 6 years. There's a lot more people involved. People know that the money was moving funny, but they was getting a cut, huh? It's only, what is it? It's only corruption if you ain't involved. If you're involved, then it's just business.
Like I said, it's been going on a long time, but they've been under investigation forever. Like you said, probably going back 10 years or more. But like you said, when C-19 come, the waters got so muddy, they've ramped it up to now we're talking millions and billions. It went from petty theft, a couple 100,000, little tens and fews. Now we're talking billions.
Did it take this is a real question. Any question I ask is real. Did this development come only under a new regime, a new government? Did we only find this out once T Money and his cronies took office? Is this a T Money probe? Because if so, come on, man. The Democrats was moving real wonky. What I'm saying is they had something to do, but I don't care. They like it being this sloppy, and then they just gone. They get on my nerves. They all get on my nerves, but that's
the governor for Minnesota is the Tim Walz guy. So he was Kamala's vice president. That's the guy that was vice president for Kamala. That was when they was just running.
How do they defend this? How do the vote blue no matter who, to be very specific, how do they defend this? These your people. Y'all so close knit. Y'all sloppy, as she said.
Distant oversight and zero accountability.
The Somali fraud operation has to be one of the biggest political scandals in history. And the fact that nobody has been held accountable as of yet and nobody is in handcuffs is diabolical as hell to me. Ilhan Omar, how did you go from a $65,000 net worth just 3 years ago to a $30 million net worth just 3 years later? You have to make it make sense for me because the math definitely is not mathing.
Yeah! So she talking about this woman here. So she is the senator or whatever she is, whatever her name is. I don't even know. Y'all can tell us. But her net worth was $65,000. And now she in bed, they doing all this scamming. 3 years later, her net worth $30 million. She got all kind of stocks and bonds and Bitcoins and gold reserves and oil deposits.
That's amazing. I wish I could have seen the demon of greed on their face the first time she went and made her first expensive purchase. Y'all know what I'm talking about, huh? We all got at least a little bit, if not a lot of consumerism in us. Y'all know what that's like when y'all go make that purchase y'all should be doing. Lord knows I do. I wish I could have seen her face first time she said, yes, give me the red bottoms. No, not the ones out of season, the ones in season. Because they was balling. I wish I could see these shopping sprees. They probably was doing coke, allegedly.
At this point, it has to be the American people versus everybody, because the way that these people are just coming into our country and doing whatever the hell they want is not adding up to me. Y'all can say what y'all want, but if it was not for Trump, I do not feel like a lot of this fraud would even be coming to the forefront. And what's crazy to me is the fact that so many people are still rooting for and still campaigning for a Walz and Harris run. Let me tell y'all, if them two would have gotten in office, you think it would have been 8 billion? Baby, it would have been 80 billion. Trust me when I'm telling you. In my opinion, enough people are not angry enough, and enough people definitely ain't in damn handcuffs. I don't know what the hell is going to Minnesota, but it needs to be corrected, effective immediately.
And like y'all said, T Money come in, and, he talking about draining the swamp and all this stuff. I don't think he realized how corrupt that, some of these spaces, that the government, all this stuff is all corrupt. So even he was sitting there like, it could be the Democrats, this and that. At this point, he's sitting back. That's why she said somebody held accountable. There's too many people now implicated on both sides. And T Money sitting back like, this is wild. Damn near every one of y'all is corrupt. And he got to deal with it.
Come on. Got to drain that swamp. Drain that swamp.
But the thing is, they part of it too. So I'm saying, everybody gone. Ain't gonna be nothing left.
See, this is a perk to standing on your moral high ground. Salute to it. Some folks were standing around. They were ostracized. whenever they was making it rain in the boardroom meetings, stealing all these millions upon millions, a couple folks, I like to think, were like, you know what, I can't partake in this. And they had to go outside, get in a broke down Honda Civic with the spare tire on the back, parked in between two S classes, and drive home with their tail tucked between their legs. But now they sitting there when they went home and they like, should I take them millions? Now they're like, you know what? Thank God I didn't. There you go. Corruption does not pay. Not for long. For a short term, but not for long.
I mean, look at these people. The amount of wealth they gain while in politics, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Bidens, the Obamas, the Clintons, these people become extremely wealthy by being public servants.
And they'll never truly be broke. Shout out to restitution. They'll still, let's keep the number, they'll still 100 million. They're going to most likely spend some time in some jail. It's going to be a camp. Shout out to Martha Stewart. They're going to spend like 10 years in some camp. They're going to be forced to pay back like 20 million. And then they're going to come home and somewhere all about it's going to be about 5-10 million that they're going to come back to. They'll never really be broke.
Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because unfortunately someone came in to our daycare. We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book.
Oh, here we go.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
Ebony. All right. So I've been seeing some people reporting on this. He's lying. He's trying to say Nick Shirley broke into his thing. Like this happened right after. This the guy from the Leering Center. They spelled it wrong. It was supposed to say learning, but it said Leering, and it's been a nightmare. Then they changed the sign up and corrected it to learning. And he said somebody broke in from through the wall. And they did an investigation, and they did it themselves allegedly. So they botched it. They staged a break-in. It made it look like, the other Nick Shirley and them broke in and stole stuff. But then they start looking, they say they didn't break in from the next door. Y'all broke this wall from this side. You start damaging the wall from the inside, broke the door, tried to make it look good, and here we are.
No, y'all see, y'all, thank God I'm not a criminal. I swear. It is a divine act to God that I stayed on the right side. Because no, you got to actually do it. You got to do it. You got to actually come in. You watch too much CSI. Where my CSI folks at? You got to actually break in from the outside and complete the job. Because they came in and was like, y'all was hammering from inside here. Case closed. They didn't have to go no further. And this ninja is the worst liar. His outfit make him look like he lying. He got on a dark blue, light blue, and white top with a black hat. Dude, like,
not so fast. They stressed that them glasses cost $2,500. I've been hearing everybody saying it. That's why they calling them out. They start, they say, how you come do a meeting with $2,500 glasses on? Yeah, so this the guy from the daycare. He work at the daycare with $2,500 specs.
I'm so over this, did you? This is awesome. Did you hear the stuff he said they stole? These people broke in just to steal records of the children that were in there, and they stole checks out of the checkbook. Imagine that.
Wicked. And shout out to GT. Says Somalians hustling and Umar still ain't got a school.
Come on, that is kind of embarrassing, brother Umar.
Doing something wrong. Yeah, the way they would there you go. You got to get in bed with the white folk. Look who back there holding the check. Look at Karen, always around. You see these pictures, the overseer is always somewhere, And Mr. Walker told this about a story years ago about the roofers, about the Mexican roofers. And you thinking these people be on their own, like people, the foreigners that ain't the illegal immigrants. No, it's always going to be an overseer. And the moment you think he ain't, he going to pop up.
Funniest ish ever. I see these Hispanic brothers fixing this roof. I said, let me walk over there and introduce myself. It was like out of a movie. I walk over and say, hey, brothers, how y'all doing? They all turn and look. They all looked away. And right around this corner, this tall, lanky white man came around. Car first. Whop. He's like, here you go. I said, understood.
Yeah, he like, stay away from our workers, Ninja.
Indeed.
Checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news, and we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community, as one video made by a specific individual made this all happen. We've been receiving hateful messages through our voice notes threatening us for the past couple of days, including one that happened yesterday morning when after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because this is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans. We are supposed to stand with each other and help each other through everything that's happening. This is also sad that a video can cause all of this. I want to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone in our community. We have high quality daycares, and this is very sad news that one individual who made a false claim about fraud that is happening in the daycares engaged everyone else to come and do this to us.
The fact that a community with a combined IQ of about 63 was able to finesse the United States government out of tens of billions of dollars with no oversight or accountability is insane to me, because I can't even go tax exempt all year without the threat of fucking the IRS coming and getting me and locking me up and seizing all my assets. Like what?
Oh, there we go. Like I was just saying about the Dr. Umar stuff. They are in bed with higher powers all the way up to the governor of the state. Y'all must understand this ran deep. All right. This guy was just running for vice president. So they know the ins and the outs.
There was many kickbacks. Hands, palms were greased, and they didn't finesse anybody. This was straight bullying, straight strong arm, and they just took the bread. Whoever, the big white man in charge, he oversaw everything, and he knew he had an exit strategy. Y'all don't get it. We too short-minded. White man like, all right, like we're going to do this we could probably get away with this for 6-7 years. But I know for sure within 3 years, I'm out of here. And I'm going to bend and wash my hands with it because I'm the right color and I could do so. So, yeah, it wasn't no finesse, straight strong arm, bully-ish. And they ain't that smart. Talking about they IQ, that's wicked. But you obviously look how they overcooked the books. Wasn't much intelligence there, respectfully.
And like you said, they weren't running nothing. We see the white people on trial. The thing is, they used them for the numbers. I want y'all to go do this. I'm going to show you how to do it, and we getting our kickback. We're going to teach y'all how to run the bag up. All right, we need y'all to be making these fraudulent claims with y'all kids and all this stuff. Y'all going to get in trouble. That was the theory, but now it's all crashing down.
Dinner for schmucks, fun with Dick and Jane. The story continues.
Because they had no clue T-Money would be reelected and come snooping.
And the money was flowing too freely. They just weren't thinking. She went from $60,000 a year to $30 million. Couldn't see straight. Couldn't see past the Prada and red bottoms.
Wicked. And shout out to the Hustler's Philosopher. Says been waiting for this episode.
Salute to you, brother. Definitely called it. First man to call it for sure.
Yes, we definitely gonna drop this link here in a minute. We're gonna bring y'all up. We're gonna keep cooking.
Are we paying taxes for? I guarantee you that about 90% of our debt is fraud. It's enriching others. And we're literally the purse and the slaves of the fucking world. And none of our politicians care because they're in on it too.
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
Yeah. That was in the middle of a live interview. So they are not, listen.
To work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
Now that's her acknowledging the fraud. All right. She understands it's bad. They've been doing it. Y'all ain't supposed to acknowledge it. Y'all saying y'all know nothing about it. These are all lies. Y'all do everything right. Now it's conflicting.
This is why I can't lie. This would be me. I speak freely. I don't know what else to do but be me. That's why I'm a terrible, terrible liar. Can't do it. I don't even try to look stupid. Just like she did. Good for you. I mean, God, you got a lot of heavy conviction and you don't be a tell the truth, shame the devil. But I don't know Somali, culture. Is she still breathing? Respectfully. If she had a mission, I know they got Somali pirates and stuff. I don't know how gangster they are. Different cultures, different consequences to having these mishaps. You messing up the church's money or the daycare's money.
How do you feel about the Somali fraud in Minneapolis?
I'll be honest, I haven't researched it a lot, but from what it looks like to me it looks like it's a made-up concept from people trying to smear Governor Walz.
I checked into that a little bit, right? There's nothing going on there. There's like this edgelord going around stirring up his mega conservative base, but none of this stuff is rooted in truth and reality. And I think if you just go out, do your own research, actually do that. Go and just look at video evidence. Come to a realistic opinion about what's going on in the world.
Oh, here we go. So these white folks, these good white folks here saying ain't nothing happening, no fraud. I mean, at first we didn't believe it. Y'all started talking about billions of dollars. Still hard to think. But like you say, the people at the top was taking a lot of that money. But the Somalians was getting away with a lot too.
No, shout out to the beginning of this, Mr. X. They put out cameras. They said, y'all say y'all feeding this many kids. We about to watch them enter and exit your facility. We ain't got to take y'all word for it. Y'all say y'all doing it. We simply going to put out cameras and watch it for ourselves. They said they was feeding 6,000, 24. 24 folks. Not saying they even fed 24 kids. 24 people went in and out. Stop. They're not feeding anybody. So with those exaggeration overcooking of the books, it's easy to believe. You claim you feed in between the daycare, some other place. Y'all claim y'all feed 12,000. Well, no, 8,000 people a day. And a total of 40 some people walked in out of both facilities. Y'all tripping.
Scapegoat, right, for anti-Somali immigration hate.
I don't know much about the Somali fraud. Sounds like bullshit.
So there's a question as to whether it is a fraud. I don't know. I'm not following that real closely. So I will reserve judgment on that.
I mean, I think that they were just using this as an excuse to go in there and scare people and show that they can be really powerful. I don't think it's authentic at all.
Oh yeah, the Somalians have it figured out in Columbus. I went to the Walmart on Georgesville to see if I could see people filling their carts or just kind of see what I could see. It's not the way they do it. They've got it figured out way better than that. Every single Somali restaurant has a grocery store right next door or within eyeshot of the restaurant. The specific one I went into today had it attached to the restaurant. And wow, what an adventure that was. Stay tuned for more on that. Anyways, the grocery store and the restaurant were the same building. So they don't have to go to a Walmart or a Sam's Club or a Costco necessarily. They can just order everything they need to their grocery store that's right next to or attached to the restaurant that they also own and never have to fill a single cart. And I guarantee you, if you looked at the records of those grocery stores, they lose tons of money every year, and it's probably used as a tax write-off because those groceries are being funneled into those restaurants with a daycare center on the opposite side. And that's the common trend you'll see. There's restaurants, grocery stores, and daycare centers.
Yeah! We should have been doing this long ago. Grocery stores, restaurants, and daycares. I mean, man. All right, they keeping it all in the family. Right there. I mean, you see Mexicans starting to do this type of stuff. So maybe they next look into the Mexican fraud, because you see them doing this set up with the grocery stores next to a restaurant. I've done seen it many times.
Yeah, same here. And I always thought it to be genius. It's at least 3 setups like this in our area, and seen them and observed them. Found them very inspirational. Said, golly, It's an awesome way to, obviously keep a nice flow going between the restaurant, the grocery store. You can control shrink. Grocery starting to go bad. Fresh produce is getting cooked. Daggone right. Yes, it's just too daggone easy. But you want to know what? Fraud or not, look at how they work together. Shout out to Kanye. If I ever had any jealousy in my heart, this is it. How good they work together. We all done walked into Chinese restaurants, Mei Ling and the husband and them working the cash register in that big old walk, and the kids back there working and doing their homework, and they make it happen. I watched the Asian family go from, they bought an Asian restaurant where we used to live, and they went from driving, a regular car within a quarter of a year. I watched it because I had to drive out past this place to go to work every day. They went from driving a Honda to a Rolls Royce. They opened up a Chinese restaurant, a massage parlor right across from a Trader Joe's. And I'm just like, golly, why can't we work like that? Why can't we all have Rolls Royces?
And there we go. Like I said, two things is true. We get it. They got different, they can apply for these loans and stuff we can't get. But at the same time, we know as Black people, we got spending power in the tunes of trillions of dollars a year. So we just need to reallocate what we spending on and, start set up our own infrastructure.
There we go, man. We got to be able to trust one another, man. In order to work together, got to be able to trust one another. A huge monkey wrench in the Black culture, trust.
And also home healthcare businesses. I can't forget the home healthcare businesses. Nakia was absolutely right. And the reason for the daycare centers, I found out while I was at Walmart. 3/4 of the workers I saw working in Walmart, especially the cashiers, were Somali women. You got to figure if you have 2 or 3 wives that you don't have to claim, these women can go work at Walmart full time for $15 an hour and still qualify for food stamps, grocery stores, and daycare centers. And also home healthcare businesses. I can't forget the home healthcare businesses. Nakia was absolutely right. And the reason for the daycare centers, I found out while I was at Walmart. 3/4 of the workers I saw working in Walmart, especially the cashiers, were Somali women. You got to figure if you have 2 or 3 wives that you don't have to claim, these women can go work at Walmart full time for $15 an hour and still qualify.
Yeah, they'll qualify. Shout out to JP. I heard him saying something. He said he can make up to like $5,000 a month and still get his stamps or whatever. He, whatever threshold he falls into with the amount of kids. So don't know. And I've been seeing that as well. You go into these Walmarts, be Somali women, even here in Pittsburgh, different cultures of women be at the registers in these places working, so, and like the dude said, you send your wife to work. They all live in the same houses. Mr. Walker hit on that. So even if they making $15 an hour, they making money hand over fist.
They ain't never making $15 an hour because they collective 15 plus 15 plus 15. You making $35 an hour, if not more. Like, come on, man. That's all you get. 10 little Hispanic brothers hustling, grinding out, doing construction work, 10 of them in a 3-bedroom place, making at least $10 an hour. That's $100 an hour because it's all going to the same pot. That's how you see them come, and they get here and they hustling, and every weekend they buy their case of beer, a couple little P-toots, and before you know it, they got 3 brand new express vans and more ladders than you could count. Y'all all done seen it. It's because they never making minimum wage because they work as a collective.
So there you go. I mean, look at these charts and scales. And this is in Ohio. So now the fraud, like you said, they found it in Columbus, Ohio. I know for sure it's going on here in Pittsburgh. It's going on damn near everywhere in the country. It's just like, this is like the domino effect now.
Now, who gonna come reclaim it? Because, so if, don't know how this gonna play out. If they clean house, say, all right, this is all fraud, we season all assets. That's typically how Uncle Sam move. He said, we see fraud, we done proved it enough for our liking. We taking everything that ain't nailed down. So who about to inhabit and take over all of these nice little setups? Banks. He's gonna get bought up by the bank.
Man, and shout out to Hustler's Philosophy. Come back with a 10 ball. He says, I had to literally leave and go to Greensville, Mississippi to open our trucking company. The financial inbreeding and nepotism. He says they hold lots of government titles and positions and vehemently deny us licensing.
They were, oh, brother, I see why you were so adamant about this. They had a direct effect on your life. Salute to you, brother, for dealing with the hardship, man. Real rap, feeding your family. Holy guacamole.
And now in a lot of these places, they are freezing funds, which is affecting everybody. So they freezing all funds for daycare stipends and food stamps and different stuff just because it is Somali, because they trying to clean it up and figure it out. And people like, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
Madness. But yeah, respect to you, brother. Have mercy.
So yeah, there we go.
Food stamps, as long as they have a couple kids, which you can guarantee you they at least have 2 kids. Hell, they average 7. Or same story as working as a home health care aide. They have most definitely figured out the system and how to take advantage of it. And Columbus doesn't break down its numbers like Minnesota, but if anything like the 88% of the Somali community is on social services in Columbus, I can only imagine how deep the fraud is. So I'm changing tactics and going back up Monday, and I have a couple ideas to see if I can't sniff a few things out. Thanks for tuning in. Keep it icy.
So the Somalian fraud that's been discovered by that random reporter, it's crazy. And I saw this video that was talking about the Somalian one was like, she was so shocked by black people making videos and, you know, like, y'all hate us or something like that. And I just commented, which made me make a video, and I just said, no, if we can't do it, y'all can't do it. Let me tell you something. I don't really think black people got a problem with fraud. You know what I mean? Not at all. I think the problem lies in the fact that when we do it, we get an automatic 5 to 10 off the rip. They coming. But then when y'all do it, y'all as in non-indigenous people to America, when y'all immigrants come over here, then y'all get all these different services, and then y'all do it, and then y'all just run millions out. Y'all telling me y'all been making millions of dollars off of fake daycare centers? I'm not even mad at you. However, seeing as how they locked up everybody who did a PPP loan, can't let it happen, bro. Can't let it slide, dog. Can't let it slide, bro. Can't let it. The fact that the lady is in jail right now, what was that, up in Georgia? For using EBT, her EBT, to get bakery snacks for her daughter's bake sale for school, and she's in jail right now, fighting a court case for misusage of EBT funds. She's gonna sit in jail, but you get to have $1.2 million? No, you must be.
Well, there we go. That's because we are rogue. A lot of these times, the woman you talking about, they doing this stuff rogue. These people are in bed with government officials, white folks, powerful people. So you can't just wipe out that. The whole house will collapse. So they like, just take out the first floor. No, because you got a second floor and the third floor. There's people up there. So it's rough. And they like, how we gonna do this without us getting caught?
There's power in numbers. The group has the strength. Thank you, Miss X, for pointing that out. Like, yes, the crime was much less. Agreed, man. You know, it should have been a slap on the wrist, understanding, you know, don't do it again. Understood. But that was one person. And see, and there you go. If they was to have had that little minute amount of money within an organization, see, that I have good reason to believe that wouldn't have got caught getting a little twos and fews to fund a kid's bake sale or something, a little $100 or so. But it was one person. Very easy to prosecute one individual with no connections, no power. Get out of here. Like Mr. X said, there's no subsequent effect. It's just you. Goodbye.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm gonna get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to the Roulette Rider, come through with a 50 ball. He says, shout out to SBC Nation and the host. Y'all doing the thing. He says, support my interests.
Appreciate you, Roulette Rider. Ain't seen your screen name in a while. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Foolishness. I appreciate you, Roulette Rider. Some of y'all are like, what was that? No, nother.
Appreciate you, brother, sponsoring the show. And Rachel. with the 10 ball. She says, FYI, loopholes and weak enforcement allows U.S. government officials, particularly members of Congress and the House, to legally trade stocks using non-public info to gain wealth.
Wow.
That's why T-Money putting it into it. Yeah, he like, y'all in all my business because I'm a public person. Now he like, no, we in y'all business. Because y'all been able to do the stuff I've been doing behind closed doors. All my stuff been in y'all face. I'm T-Money. Y'all know about all my bankruptcies and all this. Y'all been doing this stuff. We don't know nothing about y'all.
T-Money told it. He said, there's loopholes. He was telling everybody. See, that's why I respect it. They said, how you know? How you know there's these loopholes? He said, because I use them. I respect that, man. Tell the truth and shame the devil, man.
So right now he's exposing a lot of this stuff. We'll see. Like I said, I think the deeper he gets in, he's starting to find out that virtually everybody's involved on both sides. That's what I'm saying. Getting there, he like, even his hands become tied. He's like, everybody involved.
And right quick, did y'all also see T-Money that supposedly the income or dividends we're getting from these tariffs is going to substitute income tax? It's a rumor. Shout out to T-Money. He doing stuff a little unconventional, a little bully-ish, a little narcissistic, but stuff is happening.
This is wild. And Rachel come back. He says the representative Ilhan Omar and husband worth $6 to $30 million. Yeah. So this is the woman on the thumbnail tonight. So she is the state representative. All right. That went from 65,000 net worth to over 30 million in 3 years.
It's a bad woman. Amazing investments. Salute to her. She should sell a course. That's a daggone investment masterclass.
Well, here we go. She the state representative of Minnesota. She is in bed with the governor, who is the Walls guy, who was the vice president with Kamala. So these people are all in bed, from her to Kamala to Biden, all of it. To like I said, even the Republicans. So they all getting the money.
Shame on corruption. Bring back morality, dare I say?
Shout out to Rachel with the 20 ball. Says richest people in the U.S. government. T-Money worth $6 billion. J.B. Pritzker worth $3.45 billion. Doug Burgum, $1.1 billion. Daryl Issa, $500 million. Retired Nancy Pelosi estimated net worth between $275 to $81 million.
Tell all the business, Rachel. Appreciate your sister. Conspiracy?
Alization.
Shoot.
Asterisk.
Ain't Nancy the one that's always drunk? Allegedly.
We appreciate your sister, Rachel.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
There we go. We ain't done.
Exposed, dog. The little football player, the white man, Brett Favre or whatever, $200 million out of EBT to build a school gym for his rich kid's school already. Did he go to jail? No, he didn't go to jail. 200.
You talking about Brett Favre? There you go. People forgot about that. Brett Favre with that $200 million down in Mississippi. He scammed the welfare system. He didn't go to jail. Something happened. He was charged with something, and it got swept under the rug like it never happened.
He was moving sloppy trying to steal land. He didn't know the ins and outs. He became a white statistic. That's wild. Yeah, I didn't forget about that. I remember that. Yeah, taking that land. That's wild. Oh, get on my nerves. See, that stuff I be wanting to complain about. I be wanting to raise heck, but what is that going to do? Got to do what we can do to acquire our land, to acquire our peace. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Reparations. However we can get it.
$1 million. They knew he did it. He's just living his best life. So if they do it and they get away with it, but when we do it, we can't get away with it. Then y'all do it, then y'all can get away with it. That's simple. That's simple. I mean, yeah, that's simple. That's all I want to say. It's really just hateration. Honestly, if we can't get away with fraud, then y'all can't get away with fraud, because this is our actual taxpaying dollars. Y'all, I ain't gonna get into that. All I'm saying is, if we can't do fraud peacefully, then y'all can't do fraud peacefully, okay? And tell the Brit Feds and the PPP people, because remember, the PPP loans of the companies, 80% of them got forgiven. They all got forgiven. But all the black and brown and everybody else who did the PPP loans, as if the PPP loan application went all of 35 seconds in a time in need where people were completely broke and didn't know what the money was going to come from, and they just sent that out and just say, oh, here goes some good old money. And people took that. Nah, they went to jail. They going through IRS to find you 10 years later, track you down. But the companies, Coke, Toyota, forgiven, billions, forgiven. We sent $630 billion over to Israel. Israel, Texas, our money. No.
Here we go. You got to get in position of power. You know, I get it. Shout out to the PPP. That still is like it. One of the wildest times in history. I'm thinking like, man, I forgot all about that. And it's like, that really happened. They were sending you ninjas tens of thousands of dollars, 20 grand, 40 grand. Just, and like she said, the application was all of 35 seconds. You know, you could just be fraudulent as you want to be. So easy, a caveman can do it. And cavemen were doing it.
Yeah! Cavemen and crackheads. I never forget my buddy Terrence called me. He lived in Braddock. He said, hey, man. He says crackheads riding around in new cars. What's going on? And this was like when it first happened. Like nobody understood the weight of the PPP fraudulent madness. And it was wild. We saw so much. Oh, that we could do a whole show on that. We saw our peers. We know to be broke down, and need $5 to every Friday. All of a sudden, they in Cancun in hot tubs. I was like, what's going on in the world? That going regime, they was just handing out money. Listen here, and folks did get, what is it? They got forgiven. They made a list and they show who got forgiven. If you were able to legitimize it, the PPP was what? Paycheck protection. That's what it was for. So it's supposed to be able to pay your employees. If you could make it, legitimate and show all these employees you were paying and where the money was being allocated, you were forgiven because it was to pay employees, not by that S-class you always wanted. That was not what it was for.
That part. So wickedness. And shout out to Rachel. She says, for my super chats, can I please see my favorite drop? It's your thoughts, not my thoughts.
Shout out to Rachel. That's our favorite drop.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
That's what the Somali is telling everybody. Your thoughts are not our thoughts.
Man. Money. And shout out to Hustler's Philosopher, come back with a 10 ball. He says, packing up to leave now, as St. Paul mayor just said, she's setting up to fight the federal troops. So yeah, I seen that. Minnesota said they are about to sue. A lot of these states said they're suing the Trump administration for bringing ICE in and, all this stuff that's going on. He says the corruption is unfathomable. And he says, and they are begging FBAs to join in the immigrant tomfoolery.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is appearing making too much sense. But yeah, we need to learn how to pick our battles. We got too much going on to be worried about other folks. And I mean, seriously, we are inviting to a daggone fault.
Yes. So yeah, right now up there, they talking about martial law and stuff like that. Be careful up in Minnesota. I know Squeegee. I know you up there.
Yeah. Oh, Squeegee, I forget you up there. Minnesota, Duluth. Yeah, it's mighty cold. Y'all out there wilding in the cold. I know y'all mad.
Yeah, they out there freezing, the snow on the ground. You see the fog coming off the breath. Everybody out there just mad as hell and cold.
That's Minnesota. That's a bitter cold. Absolutely not. Yeah, we got beat down by Team Minnesota Duluth. It was cold as heck. We in the deep playoffs. Well, our team, we all covered up. They out there, bare arms, bare legs, ashy, smiling.
Yeah, so that's what's going on right now. Like I said, a lot of corruption. We're going to keep it moving.
Oh, sorry. No, we can't let y'all just lie with that. Let everybody do fraud peacefully. This is America. This is nothing but a Ponzi scheme. America is a Ponzi scheme. All we asking for is for us to be a part of the Ponzi scheme and for us not to go to jail. That's it. And until we get to be a part of the Ponzi scheme, then everybody else who a part of the Ponzi scheme got to go to jail too. That's simple. That's all I got to say. Peace.
On top of it, so they don't pay for their food, they're not paying for their housing because they're all on welfare. Meanwhile, they're getting cash because the money they get from CCAP, from these daycares, for instance, is all tax exempt. And just wait till I tell you guys about how they're moving millions of dollars to the airport and sending it back to Somalia.
Airport?
Yes. I had a whistleblower come on my new video that we're creating, and inside the Minneapolis airport for years now, you can even see it, Fox News covered in 2017, they have been funneling millions of dollars in cash through TSA.
Through TSA?
Through TSA.
I speak of the Somali food aid scam, one of the largest frauds in U.S. history. What started as a program to help immigrant families turned into a royal buffet for grifters. Hundreds of millions of dollars vanished into meal programs where the only thing being fed were the bank accounts of people wiring money back to Somalia. And according to investigators, some ended up in the hands of the terror group Al-Shabaab.
We now have suitcases full of cash going to the airports headed to Somalia.
Authorities have discovered suitcases containing hundreds of millions of dollars in a Minnesota airport. Now, in the meantime, Republicans are working to cut funding for Somali-led organizations with alleged ties to the massive fraud scandal. Now, as the FBI pushes forward with its own investigation, one key question arises. What does accountability even look like in this case moving forward? So joining us now to talk about all of this and more is New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Great to be on with you too. What a crazy.
So here we go. Authorities are launching a formal investigation after reports up to $700 million in cash through the airport and hidden luggages. They say they were sending out at least $1 million every week, and it was making it through TSA. So it was an inside job. It wasn't like it was one score, like they did it once or twice. This went on, I think they said, for 20 months or nearly 2 years. For almost 2 years, every week for 2 years, they were going to the airport, sending millions of dollars in a suitcase through TSA. So whoever was working at that checkpoint in TSA was a part of the team. All right. And they was like, nothing to see here, scan it through. And it was like clockwork, I guess, every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Bring it in.
Hey, how Bob, the TSA manager, how is he driving that new Corvette with the engine in the back? How he got the new goddamn Lingenfelter Corvette working TSA? Oh, he real cool with the Somalis. Man, oh man, the greasing of the palms. That's tough. When I was becoming a state trooper, I remember I asked an old state trooper, he's about to retire, and I was dead serious. I said, what if you pull over? This was a real, this is for real. I said, what if you pull over a guy? He got a lot of money in the trunk. You got him dead to rights. I said, all this money. I said, what do? You know what he said? He said, don't get caught. That's real. This was a state trooper. I didn't say his name. I don't even know him. He was a stranger to me. I just met him. And I was becoming a state trooper myself. And I was asking real questions because they big on that. They big on having a moral compass. And still then, hey, it's wicked out there. Money make folks do strange things.
I'm about to say, yeah, you can talk about money. Hey, they know by all morals out the window. I would say even your mama and your kids in most cases, be careful. We talk about lots of money. We talk about millions of dollars. Yeah, be careful. Then $1 million, this money was being through the airport back to Somalia and then in the hands of allegedly terror groups and stuff. So it was making it all the way to another country. They were shipping out straight American cash.
What does that do? Like to our, I don't know. That's got to be sketchy. 700 million American dollars just over across seas. That can't be the best for our economy. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like you say, it's going to boost up the economy over here. So now they are able to build up infrastructure in their own countries. Yeah, so don't really affect us too much. And in that sense, it benefits them. So now you can go to some of these places and like, oh, they got modern, they got buildings and villages. They starting to build up their own infrastructure with the American money. And then they're going to go on home.
Is there oil in Somalia?
Probably.
We just covered this. All we need is a reason to go infiltrate a place. I can see the money now. We got to go back and get our money back. We'll be back. Meanwhile, it's oil over here. We'll take that too. Diamonds, pressure, whatever. Stand by.
Crazy time we're seeing here.
Seems like a lot of money to be transporting.
Absolutely
in a suitcase.
insanity. And I know oversight in the House is looking into these fraud allegations, but I wonder if it's even bigger than we have uncovered thus far. The $700 million in cash going out of the airports there. I have a feeling we are still just scratching the surface.
Yeah, it looks really bad, and obviously very alarming to see that this U.S. cash has been legally going through our airports. And of course, there is a requirement of reporting if you're going to carry more than $10,000. There's a reporting requirement, but I think a really interesting part about this is if, isn't it going to be a little suspicious when you start seeing 10,000, 100,000, millions, and now, more, as John reported earlier, more money that goes through JFK, goes through the Minneapolis airport. Something's wrong there. And I think something that's very interesting that we impose on banks is that banks are required under banking law to require and file and keep track of what they call suspicious activity reports. This is something I think we need to do now when we see the large amounts of U.S. cash, and it's always U.S. cash. I mean, you're not going to see, Chinese yen or anything else going through there. And U.S. cash is king, and we need to certainly have this type of cash exchange reported. It's interesting because you see all this illegal immigration we've had over this time. And by the way, most of those Somalis that are in Minnesota probably came through a refugee program, and probably many of them are already legal American citizens. So suspicious activity reports, some kind of accounting for cash, I think would really be helpful. I'm looking at ways that we might be able to do this so that we could actually look at what's going on. Banks are required to do that. Individuals are not. But I'll tell you, if I'm a TSA agent or anyone else and I see this kind of cash going through, and that you're able to report the amount of cash going through, that it's happening in plain sight.
So while everyone's distracted with the fact that the goon squad, our president, Homeland Security, decided to kidnap the president of another country.
All right, before you keep going, Bonquisha, like I said, they get to take this money over there where the exchange rates are crazy. I'm looking here. They got the Somalian shillings. So they got shillings. All right, $1 US is 569 shillings. So, I mean, the power of that dollar. So they could, it accelerates their economy like you wouldn't believe.
Okay. I remember years ago when I worked with some good Jamaican brothers, the exchange rate for the American dollar and the Jamaican currency was $1 American to 77 of theirs. They would come over here, work 3 months in the summer, and go back home and be the baddest ninjas on the island. I didn't really understand the hustle back then in college, but holy cow, I get it now. And this was maybe, we was hustling. This was maybe $20,000 for a hard-working summer, 25 wax at best. They were sitting over 700 millions, hundreds of millions. Holy cow, they was.
When you convert that, you convert that into them shillings. You talk about trillions of dollars.
Like they was living good. I had to imagine. Crime typically begets crime. Like somebody had to get hurt on the other side. Like that's too much money for poor, impoverished people. Somebody got shivved or popped.
All that. And shout out to where we at. Onyx Black says this wasn't community fraud. It was a network exploiting a broken system. The scandal is how easy it was, not who did it.
There you go. Huh. We may never find out. It might get redacted like the you-know-what files.
Yeah. And shout out to Unc. He says, the modern day actual pirates. Why are people surprised?
Huh? They the captain now.
Man. And Rachel says, yes, Mr. Walker, Somalia has big untapped oil and gas reserve, estimated to 30 million barrels offshore.
Count it. Next stop, Somalia. I said it first.
Activity reports, some kind of accounting for cash, I think would really be helpful. I'm looking at ways that we might be able to do this so that are not. But I'll tell you, if I'm a TSA agent or anyone else and I see this kind of cash going through, and that you're able to report the amount of cash going through, that it's happening in plain sight.
The United States of America that will affect people starting tomorrow who need to go to work and need childcare because of a video from a racist right-wing creator who decided to go to a daycare during the holidays when all daycares are fucking closed and accuse them of fraud. It was all fake. Go to a daycare during the holidays, which, by the way, when there is public child care funding through the federal government, they do not get paid for holidays. They are closed all the way from before Christmas to the 5th of January. To go to this establishment that is working outside of normal hours and accuse them of fraud to the point where the entire United States of America is without child care vouchers, for them to find that these people had no fraudulent activity, you need to be in jail. And I know that y'all like to tussle, so I'm just going to pull up the article. And this is what it looks like when a dictator sends right-wing influencers to basically harass a democratic state because he doesn't like Tim Walz. Here we are. Minnesota Department finds child care centers targeted in viral video operating normally. The State Department of Children, Youth, and Family said it visited 9 facilities at the center of the right-wing claims of fraud and found them operating as expected. Not only did they find no fraud, they actually found that these Somali daycares were operating normally within their limits for child care funding through the holidays. So, get a lawyer, sue that motherfucker blind, because ain't no motherfucking way you just stop child care for everybody in America from a viral video that was false because you were too incompetent to understand daycare hours, bitch.
And that's where we at now. So there are lawsuits going on. These people suing the administration, you know, these states are suing the government, you know, for all this ICE. So it's coming to a head. I don't know.
If they really were operating as expected, show us. Blur out the baby's faces. It's very easy to do. And show us evidence. Stop. There's too many speculations, too many allegations to not start showing some proof. Everything we saw looked extremely fraudulent. And this must have been an early video because she appeared loud and wrong. And not knowing when daycare hours are doesn't mean you're incompetent either. Y'all just be up here just emotional. Don't be emotional. You nullify your argument, even if you right.
And I don't know who put you up to that, but there's a lot of paid opposition in the government right now. And I hope they take every penny from you and every parent sues you who can't motherfucking go to work tomorrow because you have shut down their child care funding. You fucking incompetent fool.
Well, the administration also announced they're going to cut food stamps to Minnesota because they say some of the food stamp money had been embezzled here. Are you
and those are the things that are being litigated, and it is, again, unconstitutional for them to do so.
Are you confident that the fraud that has been discovered is no longer being conducted now? Is there any justification for saying this food stamp money is somehow being misused?
Yeah, there are ways to investigate fraud, which we have been doing in Minnesota, which the federal government has been doing under the Biden administration. There is no reason for them to use this level of rhetoric. There is no reason for them to fully stop funding these programs. The only reason they are doing that is for PR purposes, and it is harming our state. It is harming my constituents, and it is creating the kind of chaos and confusion that no one needs in this moment.
Because the administration...
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
So this is her. This the lady on the thumbnail. You know, her net worth. This is the state representative. You know, she's Somalian. So, you know, she helping her people out, if you will. She got into a position of power, like we talk about. I said, man, maybe we do need to push our kids into politics and stuff. You got to get around the money, know where it's at, I guess. You don't need to be frauding and stealing. That's a whole nother story. You need to know how to do it right. But they don't have good intentions. They were trying to take the money and send it to their country. They had a homeland. You know, we need to do something and build here.
Because we don't have no other place to run away to. This is our place. Shout out to our sister Ebony Dean again. She lying. You see how she get that stale face like that every time she ends her statement, which is all just wish-wash. Her statements don't say anything. Oh, this is for nothing. You know, there's no fraud. Rhetoric. You know, rhetoric. My constituents. She said constituents. Listen here. They found their smartest, most well-spoken representative said, you climbing up the ladder. She's doing well. She held herself together with her lying self, but she lying.
And many conservative allies of the administration argue that this is still ongoing. There was that conservative influencer who went out and posted this video that went viral, alleging that daycare facilities were pocketing public funds.
Yeah, and as you know, he went hours where these businesses were not operating.
Yep, CBS went out and did its own
again
investigation.
Creates the level of confusion and chaos that is not necessary in a moment when we are trying to deal.
So there you go. I guess that's their new spin. You know, this is one of the latest videos. They are now saying, granted, y'all see in the Nick Shirley brother, they out there with the cameras. Look, ain't nobody going. They like, look, the places are closed. It's the holidays. They ain't operating. So two things could be true, but where is the damn money? Y'all were under investigation years ago, long before this. So when they talk about the 24 kids, when y'all say it was that was investigated. So people are on trial and convicted. This stuff is real.
Thank you. Forget folks showing up during government hours. Let's say granted. This is why it pays to be thorough. Because if you try to catch a liar in a lie and you mess up, now they gonna stick with this. Oh, you guys came at the wrong time. However, you cannot explain claiming that y'all are feeding 6,000 children a day. 6,000. How many damn people do McDonald's feed a day? Y'all compete with McDonald's, huh? Stop. And y'all in the town, turns out it was only like 24. So there is, like Mistake said, there is fraud present, but they want to stay on this, little inconsistency. Of course they do.
With a serious problem that needs serious people to be able to address it.
But do you think there was no recorded evidence of fraud according to the CBS investigation that was conducted? But Governor Walz did choose to not run for re-election. He dropped out of the race because of all of this.
Because he wants to focus on defending our state and not defending a seat.
Do you think there has been a sufficient level of accountability and ownership of the failure to have oversight here? Do you think this ends?
That is what we want. We want to collaboratively work with the administration to try to make sure that there is no fraud that's being perpetuated on our state. What we do not want is the level of terror, of confusion, of chaos that is being created without any results in this moment.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
He said, I want to help them uncover the fraud. Then she started looking down. No, you don't, because you are implicated. Your net worth went up by $30 million in 3 years. Like, you are at the epicenter. You are the belly of the beast, if you will. So you don't want them to start finding stuff out, because you're going to be sitting there standing next to the smoking firearm.
This is your crackhead cousin that stole your weed whacker while you weren't looking in the middle of the night. And now he come over midday while you outside trying to trim your grass, and he going to help you look for your weed whacker. They stole your weed whacker, cuz that's messed up. He gonna throw his hat on the ground. That's messed up. Where your weed whacker at? Meanwhile, he done sold it to some D-boy across the way. This is her. That's why you're on the thumbnail. You ain't trying to help us find it. She just standing in the same place like nothing's here. It's all fine. Go home. It is all good. I want to make her sound like a boo, but she don't.
It's wicked. And we got some thumbnail or some super chats.
Appreciate you. Yo, it's Eric TV. How you doing, brother? Says lies on top of lies. 99 kids, but no kids. What daycare asks, why want to enroll my child? I know a fake one. Somalians all over the world on welfare. I hear you, yo, it's Eric. Appreciate you, Noodles Jefferson. Says these Somalians were not Kaiser, I don't know what that is. Someone in the United States government showed them how to set this up. I think all them besides T-Money were in on it. Everybody but T-Money. Maybe. Who knows? My man T-Money's his head is clean as snow.
Yeah, maybe as far as this, because he's not a politician, but he got other atrocities. Well, I said they all got stuff.
For sure. You're not about to make $1 billion on U.S. soil and you ain't had to stomp on somebody. That's just unfortunate truth. Appreciate you. Rachel says Rep Omar standard annual congressional salary is $174,000, but his worth is $6 to $30 million. Shaking my head. Great investments. Don't be jealous, Rachel.
This is wicked.
Appreciate you. Onyx Black says Senator Omar married her brother for fraudulently get to the United States, allegedly. So is it surprising that she is protecting this fraud? This is wild, really. Okay, it's a lot going on.
Allegedly. So who knows? It's so much. This rabbit hole is deep. Goodness.
I get it. A lot of money. The more money, the deeper the rabbit hole. Safe to say, no?
So here we go. We talking ICE. We definitely gonna drop the link. If some of y'all want to come up, we far from done though. Because now we get into the second part of the show, right? The first part, we talking America on Edge, Somali Community, fraud probes. Now we got to get into the ICE madness because that's what led us here, Mr. Walker, is all this fraud. Now T-Money sent ICE to Minnesota, and that's where we're going to pick it up.
And now ICE is out here wilding. Who is ICE? What personnel makes up ICE? Does anybody know? You know, it's not, you know, just law enforcement. You know, they went to different boroughs.
They're federal agents. So the Immigration Control Enforcement or whatever. So they are federal agents. They can roam in all 50 states. So they got that kind of power.
My question is, where did the individuals spawn from? Was ICE just on standby in the Pentagon? I don't know. Who are these in there? Are they retired police officers? Were they active police officers? Okay.
Border Patrol, Border Patrol guys. Just all branches of law enforcement and military, I would imagine.
There you go. And that's my thought and reason for asking. You know, shout out to the military. You know, but it appears from what a little bit I've seen, seemed like T-Money got a whole bunch of retired military that's done served this country, maybe a little bit of PTSD, and they out here dealing with these civilians, and it's getting real wonky, baby.
There we go. So, man.
Appreciate you. Project Leroy says Omar is married to White Zaddy. Appreciate you, Yours Eric. Appreciate you, brother. Says Somalians were saying we no black, bragging about riding Mercedes on Section 8 and food stamps. They're saying they ain't no black. Now they black. Yeah, come help us, you blacks. Come help us. Don't we look the same? We'll give y'all a couple twos and fews. God damn.
So here we go. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button if you just came in. Like I said, we're going to pick it back up. Where we at here? Yeah, we're going to pick it back up. We're in Minnesota now. We're in Minnesota. ICE is here. Yeah, it's about to get wonky.
Uh-oh. Appreciate you, Yours Eric. Says they are part of the Coast Guard. Okay. Fair, appreciate you.
Hit the like button. Take a second. Make sure you all hit the like button. Make sure you all are subscribed to the channel as we are on this journey. And make sure to support the channel by hitting the Cash App, hitting the Super Chat. Please and thank you.
Please and thank you.
So here we go. I'm about to drop the link. We're going to keep moving.
Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I don't need an ID to walk around in my city. This is my
Okay,
city.
do you have
This is
some
my
ID
home.
then, please?
I don't need an
If
ID.
not, we're going to put you in the vehicle and we're going to ID you.
I don't ID.
Huh?
I'm not going to take out, you take out your ID.
You don't have an ID?
I'm not going to take out an ID.
Hey, man,
I am U.S. citizen. I am U.S. citizen.
All right, can we see an ID, please?
I am U.S. citizen. I don't need to carry around an ID in my home.
Well,
this is my home.
Where were you born?
This is my home.
Where were you born?
Minneapolis is my home.
Ma'am, we're doing an immigration check. We're doing a citizen
this
check.
This is where
and we're asking you where you were born.
This is where I belong. This is my home.
Ma'am, you can belong here, but where were you born?
And I am not going to give you an ID.
Then we're going to put you in the vehicle until we can ID you.
I belong here. I should be walking around here free. I shouldn't be afraid in my life at this point.
Ma'am, do you have an ID to give us?
No.
Yes, you're correct.
You're making me a scare. You're making me a
Do you
panic.
have an ID?
This is my home.
Ma'am, where were you born?
I am U.S. citizen. I am U.S. citizen. And I don't think so you have a right to picture me while I am in my home and walking around in my home. This is not acceptable. You guys, you're terrorizing people,
Ma'am,
and it's not
where
acceptable.
were you born?
It doesn't matter where I was born. I belong here. I am U.S. citizen. What else can I say? I am citizen. This is my home.
You realize that if you lie that you're a U.S. citizen,
Minneapolis is my home.
Then you can get
Minneapolis
federal
is my
charges.
home. I belong here. I'm sorry.
They beeping it.
I belong
Oh,
here.
yeah.
I'm not gonna take out an ID. What the fuck?
This is so damn nerve-wracking. I don't know how they doing it. It's freezing cold. Everybody hitting horns. This woman, she said, it don't matter where I was born. This is my home. I don't care. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to pull out something. You got to act. Like said, is it right? Probably not, but they got a job to do. They were sent there, so And she went out there. A lot of these people go out and walking like, I wish y'all would run up on me. And she effed around and found out.
Listen, I understand pride, ego, folks. I get it. Trust me, I do. However, if he's sitting there walking and they like, hey, let me see some ID here. Look, buy. Here you go, buy. How hard is that? Is that asking too much? Welcome in, Brother Trav Life, Sister Ebony Dean. Just show your ID. Like, ain't these laws, you part of the United States, ain't that a law? I could be wrong, but if law enforcement, for whatever reason, asks you for ID, don't you have to present it? I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, they under different laws, but yeah, go ahead, Ebony. What you got?
Yeah, I think so. I think once they ask you, it's required that you have to have ID. But this just goes to show you guys, they're just getting a dose of what we've been going through for the past decades and decades, hundreds and hundreds of years. So you're getting a taste of it. And this is just what it is. They're coming to swoop all y'all up. Y'all were over there frauding and talking about that we don't work hard and we don't do all these things and get like us, nigga, and all that. Okay, well, we got our popcorn. Look, I got my popcorn. I've been having my popcorn, eating it for the last couple weeks as all this unfolds, because right now it is a great time to be FBA. Since we've been delineating and everything, all these crimes and things that people are doing, it's not getting stapled on with us anymore. They're calling out people for their own crimes, Haitian crimes, Jamaican crimes, Dominican crimes, like all that stuff. They're no longer stapling it to us. And that is what we want. And I don't know if everybody's on the Patreon, but I did post that crime stats are down to historic lows. As of December of 2025, all major FBA cities and everything, all the crime and deleting and all that is down to historic lows. Why? One of the reasons why is because we've decided to delineate. They're no longer stapling things onto us. People are being held accountable for their actions. And now that they're getting everybody up out the paint, that's why these crimes are going down. So it's a great time to be a FBA. And you know what? We're getting our names and stuff talked about in the with the politicians and everything. They're recognizing who we are and all that. So get y'all popcorn. It's all about to go down, and reparations is coming.
Yes, Lord.
You're for it. So what you got, Brother 10? We'll get you in.
Welcome in, brother.
Hey, man, how y'all doing? Peace and blessings.
Good, brother. Good. Always good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see y'all too, as always. Nah, I like it. I love it. Like I told y'all last time, I love that everything's starting to come to the forefront and we starting to realize that these people's hands are dirty as well. Like they always made us seem like we're these barbaric criminals and we're doing all these atrocities to the world, but the whole time they've been doing their dirt behind closed doors. And now I'm glad that like the older people who never were privy to like the internet and stuff like that to go down these rabbit holes. I'm glad that now it's all coming to the forefront. So even my mom, when I first started going on a path of enlightenment, my mom thought I was crazy, telling her certain things were going on in the world that she didn't believe. Now she realizes that, yeah, I think you might have been right, son. So it's beautiful.
Hey, shit, hey, that's a victory right there. I know exactly what you're talking about. Well, yeah, I'm down with this level of pettiness. This is righteous pettiness. We know black. We know Afro-American. Yeah, we Somalian. Keep that. Ain't no help coming from us. We need to stop and focus on us. I get it. You know what's wrong with us black folks why we're so inviting? Because to a fault, we don't want folks to feel what we felt and still feel. No, that's a good sentiment, but sit y'all butts at home and they already separated themselves from us. We know black. Then stay no black. They made it easy.
There we go. So what you got, Brother Leon? All right, anything so far before we get back into it? What's your take on the Minnesota Somalian fraud?
Well, if you know your history, when the United States was segregated, Africans were treated differently. African delegates were treated differently than natural blacks over here. And, you know, my sister Ebony, she hit the nail right on the head. She said, this ain't our fight. And if we know it ain't our fight, we need to go to work, raise our children, get our groceries, and stay our ass home. Because if they would kill, if they were unalive a gay white woman, they don't give a damn about your black ass.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Yeah, talk about it, Leon.
So, you know, and I'm glad to see when I see these crowds out here in Minnesota, I hardly see a black face out here. A person whose ancestors were brought here from Africa and been over here 200, 300, 400 years. I hardly see. So, you know, you might see some folks out here on the internet, but they ain't out here in the streets because we don't do cold. We don't do cold like that. If we have to go out in the cold, we go out and we come on back in. You know, I live in a 1-bedroom duplex. My utility bill for this month is $320. I got to sell some ass this month just to pay my utility bill. So when these Somalis are getting out here talking about this and that, I have no sympathy for them at all because they ain't black.
You mean sell meat, Leon? Meat?
No. In my case, ass.
Man.
You're going on the news, pal. You can't piss there. Don't fucking worry about me. Mind your business. It is my business. Mind your business. Just drank 2 Big Gulps. It is my business. You ain't supposed to be pissing there, my man. Get the fuck away from me! Get the fuck away from me! Look what you made me do! Look what you made me do! Fucking dirt. Fucking asshole! You fucking asshole! Oh, shit. You see that? I see it.
So relax, Leon. All right. Calm down. Be not pissed on yourself. Listen, let me get Black Onyx in here. First time seeing you up here, bro.
No.
What you got? You got something else, Leon? What you got?
Ozzy got banned from Texas for pissing on the Alamo. But they rescinded it some years later. But no. I'm old, but I can hold my water. Yeah. I can hold my water.
That's awesome. Welcome in, Black Onyx. How you doing?
Unmute you. Unmute yourself, brother. Click the unmute button there, Black Onyx. It should be on your screen, a little microphone button.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You muted. Well, you unmuted now. But still
there you
can't
go. Say something.
Yeah, still can't hear him. You got that G-Honda Wi-Fi. G-Honda, can we hear you, Ninja? Still can't hear you, Black Onyx.
What you got, G-Honda? We can't hear you, Black Onyx. You might have to go out and come back in, brother.
Go ahead, G-Honda. What you got? I like them, your shiny headphones.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the panel. Ebony Dean. I'm disappointing you, Ebony Dean, but that's another conversation. But salute to y'all, man. How y'all doing tonight? Nah, man, all this is, can y'all hear me loud and clearly? Oh, okay. But nah, I mean, this whole thing it's madness, and like I don't want to deviate, but like that whole that whole $1 million scam that they had go through TSA, I think that's a front to a degree, because I think they're smart enough if that Elon representative chick, if she's smart enough to have all that stuff in her name, and for them to be allegedly sending millions through the airport, that they said they caught, I think the administration just using that just to go up into Somalia, because Somalia probably have a whole lot of advancements now and trying to go over and take over just like they do in Venezuela right now, because Trump, he allegedly got American representatives on his staff running things in Venezuela while Maduro is in custody right now.
There you go, G-Honda. Shout out to Mr. X. Yes, the United States is, corrupt as it is. However, they like to make their corruption look good and honorable. We're not just going to go into Somalia and extract their precious resources. We're going because they stole over 700 million of our American dollars. We got to go get that back. Shout out to Leon King, put it in the chat. They got oil, natural gas, other precious metals. It's over.
But what's that stolen? But are those stolen items, or were they naturally there? Because we know Somalia are pirates.
Well, I don't think they stole oil and put it in their ground.
Who knows? Shout out to Gianna. And we got some super chat.
Appreciate you. Yo, it's Eric. Appreciate you coming through. We got that one. They part of ICE, part of the Coast Guard. Appreciate your chat media. Appreciate your OG. Says immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, is not an arm of the U.S. Coast Guard. Both are distinct agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. The more you know.
Yeah, and they were also...
Oh, go ahead, Evan.
I was going to say they were also created after 9/11. So ICE was created after 9/11, and then Leon was saying along with TSA and all that. So this was all established after 9/11 happened.
And I think Mr. Walker's, I think part of his question is where did these influx of people come? Like these departments have been set up, like ICE and all this stuff. But now, where are y'all getting 10,000 people from? And it's not, they ain't just been sitting around for the last 20 years doing nothing. Like they've been picking them and pulling them from different places, and that's why they all masked up and go out there.
There we go. Yeah, they vigilantes, federal vigilantes.
Yeah, but ICE has been around because I know I have friends who are immigrants and stuff, and when they come over and they get their green cards and everything, they still have to check in with ICE and stuff. So there's agencies they have to report, they have to show proof of what they're doing and documentations of what they're doing while they're here, because they're not citizens yet. So there are a lot of things that they're doing, and I know they were really probably busy with 9/11 and all these, all the times these countries have gone over to other countries to get people and everything. So I think they've been plenty busy, and now it's just to the forefront. They were working on those borders and stuff, the southern borders with all of the Hispanics and everything, and they deal with stuff with Canada and all that. So I think they've been plenty busy, but their asses is all in some Minnesota with them Somalians right now. So it's all at the forefront.
Yes. So be careful if you're in Minnesota. It don't matter where they came from. When you see them coming, you hear them whistles blowing, you better run.
Here's my ID. I am American. Appreciate your hustler's philosophy. Says, I'm in these trenches, and I'm telling you, ICE has no interest in FBAs. Pause, Leon.
At least not yet. So, like I said, two things is true. They do need to have some type of resistance out there. You don't want to see them doing this type of stuff with no resistance. Then they're going to start conjuring up other ideas. Then they might try to round up FBAs. So let them good white folks go out there and keep standing on the front lines.
Round up FBAs. What'd that look like? Where you going to come? Man, please. It's time to go. It's just time to go. I see y'all on the other side.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Where are they going to take us to? This is our homeland. This is our country. So we're not able to, how immigrants come over, and a lot of times they come over with whatever kind of record they have, whether it's good or bad. They come over here, they get a fresh credit score, they get a fresh social security number, they can apply for homes and businesses and schools and everything. We can't go and get any fresh start. We start off at 18 and, a lot of us kind of blow our credit. We have to learn the hard way, but we can't go anywhere and get a fresh start. So we wonder why they have all these businesses and they can apply for all this stuff, because they come and get a fresh start. We don't get that. So that's why it happens that way, because there's nowhere in this world that we can go and just press the reset button.
That's big facts, Ebony Dean. And they not gonna ship us, not even attempt to ship us nowhere. The United States can't function without us. Yeah, I don't
keep us here. At best, they're gonna try to make us work for free again.
There you go.
Won't be me. I can see some ninjas.
That's it.
Look, I can see some ninjas getting coerced back onto the plantation and picking cotton. I was just watching Sinners again. I can see it. I can see it. Some won't be me.
Absolutely not. But yeah, don't get that thought out your mind. America cannot afford to ship us away. We are baked into this American cake down into the core. So that ain't even a thought. Not even a thought. Let's say, oh, they're gonna take us and drop us all off in the Sahara Desert. United States will fall. That's a fact. Shoot.
Yeah, and a lot of these jobs and stuff that the immigrants have when they come over and stuff, there were jobs that we did before immigration was passed and everything. We were the farmers and we were, building the homes and doing all that stuff. So, yes, after slavery and everything, they cut us out of our reparations and all that stuff. And then they brought over a lot of immigrants to kind of undermine us in these jobs and everything. And so now, okay, people are getting sent back. But we know our worth. We built this whole entire country. So you're not going to be paying us under the, little butter biscuits under the table, because we chopped the wood to make that table. We built the table. We grew the food that is prepared on the table, and we cooked it. So no, we're not getting crumbs. You're going to pay us our worth. And that's just where we're at with it.
Amen.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, OG Retired. Says former police, ex-military, and other race soldiers. Appreciate you, Rachel. Because Jihanda, crude oil is a natural resource, even in Somalia. Jihanda said they stole it.
No, I was speaking in the context of surrounding countries infiltrating, coming in, because you had other countries that, like, people that come in and take over. Because I can imagine, I don't know if Somalia was originally always a pirated country, but I'm just saying other people from surrounding areas could have came in and took over the land.
Okay,
that's what I meant. My fault.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how Somalia was formed. I'm a bit ignorant there too, but yeah, all I know is that the pirates said, well, I would say they're a pirate nation. That's wild. Are they a pirate?
Wicked.
Yeah, you saying Captain Phillips?
Yeah, a lot of folks have, but like, a pirate here and there, but a pirate nation, shiver me timbers. I don't know about all
that. So we'll come back up, Brother Onyx. I'll see if you
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to say, trying to figure out how to make this thing work. So I don't want to disturb the podcast or whatever, but
Sounds
yeah,
good,
once you guys get it going, I'll have something to say, because I just came on.
Well, I'm gonna pull this up. I see you come up. You get some kind of background noise, but I'm gonna pull this up. We're gonna keep it moving. We're still in Minnesota, so we're just gonna go right over to the hot story, to the sister here. This is why it started with the Somalians and then end up here. All right. This is why ICE is here, because of the fraud. But now we get this.
Chaos and anger in the streets of Minneapolis after a woman is shot and killed by an ICE officer.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
This is video of the purported shooting, captured by a bystander. The video shows ICE officers approaching the SUV, telling the driver to get out of the car. The driver then reverses and appears to speed away from officers before one of them opens fire. The SUV then crashes into a parked car as bystanders and officers run towards the driver.
Now, this video here, as y'all just seen, I'm sure all y'all are familiar, with the whole thing. But this video here is a person that was just walking down the street right before it happened. So they walking down the street maybe 60 seconds before it all popped off. You see her in the street. All right. You see The cop is in this white Ford that just pulled up. Or not that one. It's going to be another truck. Is it this one here behind him? There's going to be a truck pull up, and get in front of her, and one get behind her, and the dude hops out, and it's wild. She blocking the street. I'm sure everybody been seeing this. We're going to get our takes on it here. Why they blowing these whistles? To let the people know ICE is coming.
That's
ICE is coming. ICE is coming. Yeah.
Go home to Texas! Go home to Texas, asshole! What is your mom thinking of, buddy? Is your mom really proud of you? Yeah, she probably is. Why won't you let your face be seen? Yeah, we don't show you my face. I see that pretty smile, big boy.
Ice jumping out of Subaru.
Everybody, this is wild. There's a lot going on. Yeah, I'd be trying to figure out, how do they mobilize? Are they driving state to state? How are they mobilized? This one say California on the license plate. So how are they mobilizing these vehicles? It's a lot. It's a whole operation. But we can start here, Mr. Walker. We're gonna get our introduction takes before we go deeper on this. Woman got shot messing around with ICE. Pew-pewed.
Here we go. So I remember when I first found out, I asked a question for a reason. I said, what was the race of the person that got deleted? And I think that's significant because we all tend to care more about our particular race. But here we go. Even though this was a white woman, we gonna sit here. I'm gonna pretend like this is one of my folks. Now I'm gonna analyze it from there because I really don't too much care. So I'm going to put somebody there so I do care. I think law enforcement was too gung-ho. I do. At what point, it's my understanding that law enforcement carry weapons to protect themselves from harm. I don't see where the law enforcement was in lethal danger. I just don't see it. I ain't seeing it. I think they're wrong.
Well, they're saying that he got hit by the car. So there's other angles. I'm gonna get you in, G Honda. I want to get internet passport in first, but there's other angles. You know what I'm saying? He got hit, maybe his hand or his arm. He definitely was in that front quarter panel, and I was watching it. He didn't draw until she started going forward, but like you said, he gonna get away with it. It's definitely justified, but could he have done something differently? Probably. What you got, internet? Me unmute you.
Hey, salute chat, salute panel. And I have to first say the loss of human life in this manner is very sad. If you ask me, it's how things had to come to that type of conclusion. In my own city that I live in, there was protests that was set up there to go against ICE. And when I learned about the location, I went in the opposite direction. Because if you could have went to anybody FBA, ADOS, could have told you something could jump off there. So unless you're really down for this, be prepared for things to go left. And from the different angles, I wish it could have been like some of those shows, CSI. It takes all those angles from the different videos, bringing all to one. And once you start seeing different angles, it's just why would you go there in the middle of the street, block some traffic? If you would have asked, once again, FBA said, hey, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Want to be there, hold up some signs. And also, side note, the people in the background, some of the worst hecklers I ever heard. I was like, could have done better, man. I heard better things at a Steelers game. Sorry about them. But ultimately, the one thing I'm going to end up saying is this. Whenever it's somebody that looks like any of us there on that panel, they're saying, how come you didn't just listen? Don't you know those law enforcement officers? They feared for their life. What were you doing peeling off? Because it's her and her background and whatnot. Now they're like, oh no, she didn't. She was just trying to go ahead and she was fighting for these people. We know the game. We know the game all too well, and that's just how they're gonna play it. And unfortunately, she effed around and she found out. They treat you just like everybody else. It's rare to see, but ain't no surprise to me.
Yes, because if y'all can see, I'll pull another video up real quick. And I'm gonna get you in, G Honda, but just so we can drive the point home, because this wasn't, here we go. This wasn't so isolated. So here's the body cam. This is the body cam from the cop. I just wanted to stop it here. So he was face to face with her. They had communicated. He knew exactly who was in this car. It wasn't like he shot like, oh man, I didn't know that was white folk or I wouldn't have did it. No, this was F around and find out. So this is him. You know, he parked in front of her and he got out. He started circling her car. I'll let it keep going in a minute, but just wanted to show this part. That's her. That's Becky. And she was there with all her bravado, her dog in the back, her girlfriend. Her girlfriend had hopped out the car, so she was standing like behind it, heckling. And
see,
her wife. I don't know the correct term. I don't know.
Sweet Jesus, somebody about to get paid. See that? I'm sorry. We know what's going on. But her girlfriend, her wife, whatever, about to get millions of dollars, pain and suffering. Even Miss X talk about this. Even if the law enforcement is found to be in the right, there will be a civil suit. And the Rainbow Coalition wins 100% of the time. Millions is happening.
So I'll get you in real quick, Leon. I know you're trying to say something. What you got? Yeah, this is wicked. She's do look like a halfway smile. See what you said, Leon. What you got?
Yeah, there's two laws governing. See, when you want to take this to court, you got to go with the law. Now, there are two laws that are governing what happened. And one of them is about whether or not an officer reasonably fears for his life without hindsight. Now, they're going to try and take this to state because they know that they can't take it to federal, because Trump will just pardon the guy. But they're going to try to take it to state. But I call BS on the blue outrage, because if they wanted to, do something against this guy, which, I mean, they got to go slow. I understand that. And they may take it to trial or not. But I really don't think, I don't know, it's 50-50, because, I don't think a judge is going to take it outside of the jurisdiction, the area. And so it'll be a jury made up of those folks there. So it's 50-50. I don't know. But the thing is that you got to deal with the law. So the law says that the guy was justified, in my opinion.
Has he been charged? He hasn't been charged.
No, he hasn't been charged yet. He hasn't been charged yet.
He probably won't be.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's any other time that a car is coming towards an officer, especially if it hits an officer, there's no jury in the country that's not going to say that this officer was justified. I mean, they, deleted a black woman that was stealing from alcohol from Kroger's. And, the cop was standing in front of the car and put a bullet right in her head. So, there just hasn't been a case where where a car's coming towards the officer, that he was not convicted. I mean, where he was convicted. So it just hasn't been, you know.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Mr. X. This guy's gonna walk.
I agree.
Appreciate you, brother B. Wyatt. Says agent said this caliber at this range, even if I miss, I can't miss. Oh
man.
God. Shout out to Yois Eric. Says she had no business being there. Whoop-de-doo. No sympathy. Shout out to Hung Beast Treatment. Says people like to go from A to Z, the popping, and skip all the other steps that lead up to it. That woman did a dozen things wrong before she got popped. Accountability must lead the front. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna pull this back up. We're gonna keep mining through this.
What? They just shot at somebody. This car crashed. You're criminals. You're criminals. What the fuck are you guys doing here? What are you doing here? What did you do? What did you do? Shame! Shame!
Shame! Shame!
What did the fuck did you guys do? What happened?
Get my back! Get my back! Hey! Step back!
This guy has a gun. They're firing guns.
Get out of the way! I'm trying to help!
You made a crime scene! You shot someone! You shot someone! You shot someone! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Get him, Karen! Yeah! Get him, Karen! Ain't no white rage like Karen. Karen got the rage of 1,000 banshees. And this is the guy here. So this is the guy in question. You know, I see they have raised a GoFundMe for the brother. So where we out? Pull it up. You know, white folk gonna take care of each other here. And it's closing in, I think it's over 600,000. So yeah, the agent, then this was probably a day or so. So he closing in on $1 million. He gonna raise $1 million and be sitting somewhere. Man.
They make movies about folks like this. He gonna buy him a couple acres in the middle of nowhere, get him one of them slipstream campers like the woman off Kill Bill, and just gonna be out there living off of government money, chilling, drinking beer, doing H, and ordering P-toots for the rest of his life, living good.
Yeah, and I guess he is. I think he is a married man with a family. I guess he said they getting threats. His wife, his kids is getting threats. So
okay,
yeah. So I guess they must have doxed him. They found out his information. They leaked it, and yeah.
So no P-toots and a nice big trailer. Then
what you got, Ebony?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, you guys. When Trump, told ICE and all that to go and infiltrate the, Minnesota and all that, he told them to do whatever it was going to take for them to get things under control and to get people. So they already got the green light to do whatever. Karen messed around and she found out, unfortunately, I hate to hear that people, were deleted or whatever. She was a mother and a wife and everything, but we kind of see the Karen tactics that are going on here. She's, like a liberal woman. I can just see her, popping off at the mouth. She had several warning signs because they were told to, to leave and to do all that stuff. And she was probably running off at the mouth. We just don't know, but they were already told to do whatever it was going to take. And she shouldn't have been there, and she shouldn't have been trying to cape for all the things going on in Minnesota. That's why we're telling everybody to stand down. This is not our fight. And she was going there trying to cape for everybody. And unfortunately, that is what happened. And I know online they're starting to kind of say that they're trying to compare her to George Floyd and all this stuff. This is nothing like that. So we're not going to even compare the two or whatever. You didn't have no business being there. And you had ample opportunity to leave the place and you didn't do it. And it's unfortunate. Like I said, we hate to hear that people lost their life or whatever, but you should have left. So
you got to think about your families before you enter into these, protests and things. That's big. Like, I ain't going out there and risk my life knowing I got a family. Got to be mature. But I want to see the autopsy reports. Where did the projectiles enter? Like, it's
face, her head and her face. Hell.
Yeah, back side, towards the back, towards the front, because they got to defend the deceased. Understand, they are going to defend the heck out of this deceased woman. And I believe that if they can show that rounds entered side or back of, her head, then they may, I don't know. It's just very foggy because I don't know. I still don't think they should have been shooting like that. Appreciate your Unc. Says y'all pulled in the libs in the chat today. I see you, Unc. Appreciate you, Unc. Says Shane, they watched too many Game of Thrones. Appreciate you, Hicks. Says, why can't acting like she immune to projectiles? I can't imagine wanting to test a man who just did that in front of her. Mm-hmm.
There we go. So what you got, Black Onyx, before I let the video go? Unmute yourself, brother. You having some difficulties, huh?
Yeah.
I think you're muted, Mr. Gavin.
There you go.
That's you. I'm unmuted. You got to unmute yourself.
We heard you for a second.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Oh, okay, good. Look, I just wanted to touch bases on what Mr. Walker said. That projectile, that trajectory, the bullet trajectory analysis is going to be very important in this case, because what's going to happen is if he shot her and the car was coming toward him, then he can have a point. But if that trajectory shows that it came like here, and they're going to say, hey, she was already running away. So why is the bullets coming through here? So we just going to have to wait and see what happens with that thing. Yeah.
See, I'm not saying that he's going to be brought up on charge. This is, I believe, part of this. Well, that would be probably criminal. But yeah, that's where it's going to get foggy. But I think it's a chance they could win the criminals, not probable. But like I do believe the forensics is going to be heavy in that. But just the money, oh yeah, the civil case, millions getting awarded. That's a fact. Appreciate your Unc be streaming. Says they're gonna say maybe she turned her head. Ooh, get treated like a ninja.
Man.
Shame! What did the fuck did you guys do? Shame! What happened? Get my back! Come on, my back! Shame! 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 Shame!
Adulterer!
Shame!
Adulterer!
Shame! No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do? You are fucking criminals! You're fucking criminals! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You are fucking insane! What did you do? You! Shame! 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 Two. You should have a conscience! Don't let the murderer leave! Don't let the murderer leave! You!
He out.
Shame! You guys are the fucking criminals! You don't get to tell us what to do! Fucking criminals! Don't let him leave! Don't let him leave!
Pussy motherfuckers, man.
No! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! Yeah, it's a fucking crime! We fucking know it! We're here!
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all.
And if y'all see right here, that's the wife. That's the wife and the dog. So that's the wife and the dog. She got the dog out and she went and sat here, and this a black dude come out. He don't know what's going on. But that's her. She got the dog out the car and they just sitting there.
But y'all gotta get off my stupid all this crying and violence, man. Y'all acting like some gangsters and thugs. That's what I just said. Get out of here. That's how they treat us. There you go. No, I'm off of that. I'm on y'all side. Like, yeah, god dang it. Get up out of here. You know what it was. Yeah, welcome to America. We've been getting treated this way. Where my popcorn, Ebony?
Look, you know, I got my popcorn on standby because we all know that the cops are the biggest thugs in the country. So this is not anything new to us. But you guys notice like all these women are filming and running around and acting all chaotic. There's no man around. Where are these husbands? Because if she had a husband or something, he would have been like, no, we need to go home. Let's spin the block. Let's go around to get home and all that.
Talk about it.
So this is what happens when you're not under any instruction, or you're under your own instruction or Becky's instruction or whatever, because we see the results. So this is not a good look. And then the nug that was on the side kind of cape, and he needs to take his ass in the house too, because this ain't our fight. So
that part right there, that go right.
Let me let this go real quick. Now, this is the body cam, and that's the dog. That's the dog in the back. Y'all see the dog. I see Leon said the dog okay. The dog, he survived that crash. They got him out, you know.
That dog a chump. He ain't put in no work.
Man.
Man, my dog better do something.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking president.
That's the wife. That's the wife. She walked. So I don't know. They can say, did he have ulterior motive? He's interacting with them moments before he pew-pewed her. She said something to him.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning.
So she telling him to show his face. He recording them. He trying to get you see him he got his phone out. He trying to get their plates. And then the wife, this is the wife back here. He told him something. She got out the car. All right. So
okay, so the one that plays the man is the one that is in the driver's seat. I'm trying. Okay, so there you go. So that she is.
Well, ain't no man. It's two women.
Yeah, I'm aware of sex. Like, but they they doing their thing. So the person in driving would be that.
Change our plates every morning,
Just so you know, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Whoa! So yeah, he got hit by the car. So no matter where the bullets went into is justified because she didn't run him over. I see y'all in the chat say, well, if he got hit, how did he get hit and ran over is two different things. All right, he didn't go up under the car, but y'all heard it. He clearly got hit, and at that point, it's up in his stomach. And it's the wife. The wife, yeah, big boy, go get some lunch. Yeah, big boy, you don't want no smoke with us. Man, y'all playing.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Looked like he wanted every ounce of smoke. Listen here, I detract what I said initially. Absolutely not. Yeah, he got hit. I'm putting myself, if I'm there and you gonna hit me with that vehicle, I can't stand that daggone Honda. You gonna hit me with that Honda? Oh, yeah. I done been hit by a car before. Yeah, you catching these. Yeah, you catching this hot-ish for sure.
Especially if I'm a federal agent. Yeah. So I'm gonna get you in, 10. What you got?
I just think it's astonishing to watch how bold and how big their cojones are. Like, these people really be arguing with people with firearms who that's hot smoking, just used it on somebody, and you're telling them what they're going to do or what they're not going to do. When I hear shots, I go the opposite direction. I don't want to intervene. I'm not about to antagonize them. I think some people have to learn their lessons, and I think this is a start.
I agree, brother. Welcome up, Man Evolve. What you got from over in the Bahamas?
How you doing, brother?
Blessings from the Bahamas. Boy, I am so sorry that woman effed around and found out, because she could have been home watching this on the internet like everyone else. Allegedly, she was supposed to be working with a group who are gathered together to just go out there and sort of heckle ICE. They already shoot a couple people before this woman gets shot. And you are just going to be blocking these people and stuff like that. I'm telling you, white people are not afraid of anything. These people have come to the Bahamas to swim with the sharks. These people don't play. These people are not afraid. And boy, she found out. And I'm sorry.
Well, listen, I'll say this. There's a thin line between not afraid and stupidity.
But that is whatever the person calls that thing. Like me, I would never kiss a dog. Why would you be kissing a dog face to face? These people has kissed their dogs. These people has come to the Bahamas and they need their dog to be taken care of. These people don't play, and they are not afraid. They should be boycotting AI if they want something to do. But I'm telling you, to go in the front of a machine gun and the people have masks and they already done shoot other people, that wasn't smart.
I agree, brother. So I'm going to grab these super chats. We ain't done.
Appreciate you, Devil Games. Been a member for 2 months over here. We appreciate you. Says the man not fighting for this dumb cause. The men not fighting for the dumb cause. Yeah. We appreciate you, Mr. Incredible. Says, what up, you jive ninjas? Panel, Truth Over Lies, and the exquisite Ebony Dean. Just showing some love. I'll catch the replay. Appreciate your brother always coming through.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, yo. It's Eric. Says, should have complied. Whoop-de-doo. Money. Appreciate Young V streaming. Says, someone asked me, what if this was your loved one? And I told them my wife wouldn't have been there doing that goofy ish. they was like, oh yeah, I forgot your wife perfect. I said, nope, she not stupid. See what? Perfect. So you got me, your wife got me perfect to listen to your loving instruction, not run in front of armed federal agents. That's how effed up the world is. Shout out to Ung Stream. You got me triggered, man. Y'all tripping.
Well, like you said, perfect is, not blocking the street. So this woman literally parked her car and blocked the street as ICE agents were trying to make their way down the street. I mean, so if your wife, if there's a line between this and being perfect, like, where are we?
Man, that looked like Chad right there. That's wild.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let this go one more time.
Goodness.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning.
Just I'm so not mad at you.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking president. You want to come at us?
Yeah, see, I'm U.S. citizen, former effing, Air Force or whatever, or, National Guard, wherever the hell she was. Go sit down somewhere, Becky. Like, y'all literally have had a conversation with this man before he deleted her. That's grim. Like, man, like seconds was conversating with this man. Took you up out of here, sent you to the upper room. That's wow.
The wife person was actively talking to him as he was doing the deleting. Not so tough now. This is goofy. We will hold our own people just as accountable. Don't be out here doing stupid ish. She's like, I'm not mad at you. All that bravado. And now it's over. This is like the definition of Efron to find out. She did not have to be there. I guess she was supposed to be at work. Now you're in the upper room.
They had just dropped the kids off at school or something. Yeah, something wild. So I want to get you an internet. I know you're trying to go. What you got? What you got, brother?
The whole thing that ends up, personally, I hate watching some of these type of videos just because, someone ended up, losing their life during the whole thing. But it also, a part about it is that after it happened, well, seconds after it happened, you still had some people there still recording. I didn't hear many people say, somebody call 911. Someone call the police. Everyone's still there on the sidelines holding their phones while the people are there still with the guns at the shots fired. I hear any shots, doesn't matter where I am. I'm going in the opposite direction. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of there. That look she had on her face when the cop pulled around her, she's kind of turned over her shoulder, looking like exactly they're smiling. Like what's the brother's name? Said Manny Bob said, I don't think it's the stupidity. I just think it's, and I don't want to say ignorance. I think they honestly thought nothing was going to happen to him. I could obstruct this person's way and think nothing is going to happen. And then when something people are so, okay. And people end up being so shocked that they don't even know what to do. You run away, you call the cops, you call the ambulance. She's there. I don't know exactly where she's been shot. Maybe if time could have been, instead of being on the phone, videotaping the whole thing, could have been calling, getting her some help. And then who knows what happened to the dog. Maybe the dog could have been hurt to get the vet or whatever. But still, it rubs me the wrong way. People stand by when something does happen. And I think Leon King, I think you said the Black Panthers in the 60s, if this was a different time with a different group of people, all hell would have broke loose. Those ICE agents would have had that pressure on them. They would have had to call for backup. Instead, the dude was able to do what he did. He looked around and said, oh, it's time for me to get up out of here. He hopped in and just was gone. This was some other group of people. Man, another time, all hell would have broke loose on them.
That's protocol. Anytime a particular officer do something like this, they instructed for other folks to come and that he leaves. So all the rage from the folks can be on that person that left. Like, we didn't do it. He gone. That's protocol. You did the deleting. Get up out of here. We got your back. We'll explain it when we get back.
And I think the difference with we're thinking logically because we already know what goes down with these police. But Becky and Karen, they're used to a system that protects them. They don't know anything about, getting deleted or anything, because they know that there's a system that always protects them. They can pop off at the mouth. They can say, I'm a US citizen and you can't do anything to me, and do all that stuff. We would never say that because we already know better. But like you guys said, she effed around and found out because they were not on that type of time. But when you are in the dominant society and you live under a system that protects you, you don't know any better because you always think that nothing is going to happen. That's why all these Brads and Chads and Beckys be going off on all these police cams, and they're doing all these different things when the police are right there. And we're always like, okay, well, if that person was Black, they would have been deleted or whatever. They get multiple times to get things right, and there's never any consequences. So when you live under that type of system, you are not aware of the consequences. And she did for sure effed around and she found out.
And I would say also, to your point, Ebony, and what Internet Passport is saying, these people felt protected. So, like you said, we speaking from our point of view, but these white folks are out there around. There was cops out there. There was police cars. There was mixed in with the ICE agents and all that. It was a whole convoy. So they're like, why call 911 when they right there? They like, you supposed to be protecting me. I'm white. What the hell going on? So it was that kind of thing going on.
It's messy and bloody. Let's see how this plays out.
What you got, Leon?
The Bible says a living dog is better than a dead lion. See, now take it from me. Good white folks don't have their talk with their children about trying to make it home. See, they go out at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and just hang out at the graveyard, and get some coochie. I know. Don't ask me how I know, but I know. So, good white folks do not fear God himself. They crucified Christ. The Romans did it. The Jews put them up to it, but it was the Romans that did it.
Leon, one question. We talking rigor mortis?
As far as what?
Ain't that? Huh?
What?
You talking about hunching at the graveyard?
Oh, no, I'm talking about,
necrophilia.
There we go. What we talking about?
I mean, you've heard more. Go
on, Leon. Don't mind me.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. All right, yeah. But anyway, so what the deal is that it is a combination of not being afraid and a combination of being just plain old stupid. And, so she did FAFO. My concern, and don't get mad at me, my concern is about that dog. God damn, that dog. Put that dog in harm's way. How dare you? That dog didn't do nothing to nobody. He was just chilling in the back. All he wanted was a Scooby snack.
Shout out to Peter.
Oh, dog. Here we go. Hit the like button.
I'm not mad, boy. Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
So tough.
Get out of the car.
Whoa! That happened so fast.
Yeah.
He just hear a douche in the back. Just go. And what was her girlfriend saying? Her last words was "Drive, baby, drive."
Get out of the car.
Whoa! So she told her to do it. Drive, baby, drive. Go. You should have said, "Stop, babe, stop. Relax, babe."
She responsible. No, I don't care who being a pretend husband. You told your significant other to go. See, y'all don't love each other for real. Ain't no way heck. If it'd never happen in a million years, but if I was to walk up on my wife in this situation, I'm like, don't move. Please don't move. Cause listen, we all go something go awry. I'm for sure ain't gonna say hit the gas, babe. No, I got blood on my hands too, just like she do.
Yeah, so that happened so fast, man. Huh.
Man, appreciate your Project Leroy. Says we need to see her toxicology report for wilding out. There you go. They always drawing our blood after we get deleted. Yeah, let's get all that blood. See what's going on.
Little fatty. See what's up in it.
Something in there.
Money.
Appreciate your noodles, Jefferson. Says, I do not hate white people. White women have been sowing chaos in the United States since the 60s with no consequences. Now one of them were on the business end of retribution. Leave federal agents alone or find out. Indeed.
That part. Rest in peace, Emmett Till.
Indeed. Rest in peace, Emmett Till. Appreciate your Juice Drops Entertainment becoming a member. Appreciate your Juice Drops. Appreciate you. Who's that? Baba T come through. Says good evening, family. Mr. X Mr. Walker, much love. Welcome in, Baba T, just in time.
Welcome up, brother.
Appreciate your chat media. Says no need for me to join the panel. Ebony and Internet Passport are holding it down. Appreciate your chat.
And Baba T pulled up.
Yeah.
So here we are. All right, we still in it. What you got, Baba T, before we move any further? We talked a lot. What you got on this?
What's up, OG?
You know, have you all seen, first off, I want to ask you 3 questions. Who's behind this movement? Why are they doing it? And what's the purpose? All right. You see all these white folks, they don't have no jobs. Okay. So what's the purpose? They're getting paid. And a lot of people don't realize they have protesting companies out here that pay for protesters.
What?
And who's donating that money? You know, they say it's the backing is from Soros, a billionaire, for the Democratic community. I mean, why would you protest out there for these people? And if you all don't know Chicago, oh, they crazy in Chicago. Oh man, these people are crazy. These protesters are sick out here. And you know, the hit is this. You know, if you're a naturalized citizen, you could be deported because you're a guest of the United States. So can you imagine when this died down, they start gathering up some folks, you're a guest of the United States. You can't display any hostility toward the country you're a guest in. So that's what I was thinking about.
It's a lot. It's a lot to digest. And like you said, that's the real thing, that there are paid people going around, like I said, the Soros. That's the brother that was funded, I believe, the Black Lives Matter and all that. So he pays to keep these coups up, all right, where he puts his money. He likes to watch it. He a billionaire. He like to spend money on this stuff and sit in his penthouse and watch the destruction.
Squid Games, Hunger Games. Is my, under my understanding, Game of Thrones, never seen any episodes, but yes, millionaires are using regular citizens, the poor folks, for entertainment. Yeah, how desperate are y'all? Shout out to that slapping league where grown men stand across from one another and slap each other with the power of Zeus. Madness. That is Hunger Games, Squid Game type activity. Do you not understand that a man accosting another man, like that's like deletion? You can't just go hitting another man full force. And now it's a game. Squid Games.
So I'm gonna let this keep going. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all. Killed. Man, I just smoked this lady right here, cuz. I just smoked this lady right here, bro, hearing her shit. Her wife was in her car. Her wife up over there with blood all up over her face and shit, bro. Like, they had just really came out here tweaking, bro. I was in the crib chilling, just heard some shots. Come out here and these motherfuckers done did this. It's cold as hell. I'm shaking this shit, folks. And I'll leave the camera. Hold on. Yeah. That's her.
Okay.
Y'all.
Yeah, they carry her up out of there. So they say she passed away at the hospital. I don't know how true that is. Couple slugs to the head. They say she, passed away at the hospital. They carried her out the car, as y'all see here. They carried her out and off to the, I don't know where. Why ain't the paramedics just pull up? But they carry her somewhere. I don't know.
Out of camera view. They just they're like, we gotta
yeah.
They're like, this is too much. Too many phones is out. We got to get her out. And they just carried her away. This is gangsta. We ain't going to keep letting you see this. Let's just get her out the way. We'll handle it. But we can't keep letting y'all get raw footage of this.
Yeah, and Nug, he came fresh off the blunt in the house. He rolled up of something and everything was all, he's seeing all the chaos and everything. So, yeah, he's out there reporting. Nug, go inside. Again, y'all, this is not our fight. We don't have no business being around here because for the longest time, they were saying that they weren't black and all this stuff. This has nothing to do with us. So stand down, everybody. Just stand down.
I'm gonna tell you something real. I will be so cautious. Like when you said, why they all in his face seeing what this officer done did already? I'll be so, if I was Nug there, I wouldn't approach either. I'm like, man, I wish he would get a better shot, but I can't be a hypocrite. Because I would be like, I wouldn't get a better shot because I'd be afraid that I'm going to get shot.
Yeah, this is a lot. So here we go.
Folks done did this. It's cold as hell. I'm shaking this shit, folks. And I'll leave the camera. Hold on. Yeah. That's her, y'all. Ice done killed her.
Man.
Fucked up. It's too cold out here, though. Motherfucker, can I keep the
White folks get to burning flags. They mad as hell. Man, here we go. They carry her like all the way to the top of the block.
Man.
I don't know what that's wicked. I don't know what they's doing.
Listen, they just carry it like they carrying her like weekend at Bernie. Like, how would they? Like, come on, somebody got to get some other footage. I know everybody got their camera out. Like, how are they carrying her? I'm asking because the fact this has got to be incriminating. Like, y'all just gonna carry
look like
her.
they got 4 points, 2 arms, 2 legs, and they just let's get her up the block. But why ain't the ambulance pull up next to the car and y'all just put her in?
They got to have her covered because, like, she just pouring plasma. Like, I don't know. It's all snow out. Like,
y'all seen the inside. Well, yeah, we can't show the view. I don't know if y'all seen the inside view of the car. Airbag deployed. The airbag, it started off white, but it's red in the picture, as you can imagine. Blood all over the windshields, everywhere. It's a gruesome picture.
Yeah, I said I think I'm gonna drop the picture in the Patreon. It's wild. It's wild. Yeah.
Yeah, and they look like they were carrying her like Jesus after the crucifixion, with all that, how they were handling her and stuff like that. And another thing, you guys, isn't burning the American flag considered a crime?
Yeah, it's got to be treason.
Right. So they need to get all these people out burning the flag. They need to send them over to Somalia too. Get all them out the paint. Since you don't like this country, y'all can go too.
Yeah, that's something that's rarely talked about. Like you say, these the white folks out there fighting for the cause, acting like they don't want to be here. Yeah, but like Baba T said, a lot of these people are being paid. These are actors. This is nothing more than a movie for them. So
burning the flag is not a crime. Burning the U.S. flag is generally not a crime. Generally not a crime because the Supreme Court has ruled it as a form of symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment.
Okay. F around and find out.
I won't do it.
Trust that shit! Instigators! Instigators! Instigators!
And here we go. The only black man. We keep saying black folks, this is not our fight. The only FBA person I've seen so far on the front lines. Watch how dirty they do this black man for this right after the shoot, the pew pew. You know, black man out here. Look at this.
Instigators! Get back! Get back! Get back! Let go! Whoa!
Ta!
I remember when I lost my mind. Oh, just about to lose my mind.
Go sit your ass down somewhere, boy. Get out of here. Look at that. Look like he got smacked by the might of God. Like God came out the heavens, was like a pow. Get your ass down. Man.
He shot him. He hit him in the face, point blank range with a pepper spray grenade. Holy cow. Holy cow. Foolishness. Pure fool. This is what I like to. How do you explain this to your respected peers? That kept me out of a lot of trouble, man. Shout out to Mr. X. Before I do something to, I say, now, how do I explain this to Mr. X? Gab like, hey, what happened to you? Why your eyes all leaking? You bruised up? Man, I got hit in the face with a pepper spray grenade. See that? Now I feel stupid.
Yeah, and that was like the ancestors reminding him, giving him that good slap, like sit your black behind down. That was the ancestors talking to him with all that smoke. That was ancestral smoke that he had.
Got him. He looking dumb and said, yo, that agent pulled that thing up and aimed at his grill piece. That was personal. He went in and he went. That's a glorious day for him.
Get back up! Get back up!
Man. Let me get you in, brother 10. What you see, 10? What is this?
Man, I think people better take Bobby T advice and ask the important questions: who, what, when, where, why. Like, this ain't no time for us to get involved. They already got. That's like you got siblings. You got a sibling that's acting up, and you already got your butt cut earlier, and you come tease them while they get their butt cut. You think you ain't about to get your butt cut again? Like, they already got built up animosity for us. So I'll be daggone if I go out there and try to put my life on the line to protect other people who really want to hurt me, but they got a task at hand to hurt these people first. I don't know. If I was that brother, I think he got what he deserved. Like Miss Ebony D said, that's the ancestors letting them know, yo, go home, son.
Oh, this is wild. What you got, internet passport? This is wild, brother.
You muted, bro.
Not even sure why he's there. Man got close to him. He said, move out the way, pushed him out the way. I think he thought maybe he caressed his projectile gun weapon thing that he has and said, you know what? I'm going to let this off. Point blank, pushed him.
Oh,
he said, hey,
he
get
did reach forward.
He grabbed it. Yeah, go ahead. But yeah, I didn't even catch that, bro.
Oh, good eye, brother.
Yep. And that's why he got it. He said, move out the way. He said, oh, you touched it. That gave me enough reason. Right in the face. Except it wasn't the 5 fingers. Oof.
They are trigger happy. Be careful. They ain't playing, man.
They already take somebody down and, well, they're ready just to exercise the power that they do have.
Well, listen, the whole time he doing that, the dude in the back is spraying. He's shooting the pepper spray bombs at his feet. If you listen, he's doing that the whole time. Watch.
Instigators! Get back! Get back up! Get back! Let go! Whoa!
So you hear them? They are popping the pepper. They got all kind of little devices, all kind of pepper sprays. They shooting them at the ground so it can come up and irritate you, shooting at your feet and stuff. So
you gotta burn them clothes. You just they
look at this ninja. Yeah.
Kill someone else!
And he taking his coat off like he wants smoke. And the white man, like, come on, bro. You ate this. You down for the cause. This dude gonna be on National Geographic somewhere, man. That was a hell of a shot.
That was crazy. Listen here, they talking about delete someone else. Go for it. That's insanity. Y'all really trying to F around and find out. Y'all can't smell when the Reaper is near. Y'all like, delete someone else. They will. They already pumping y'all in the face with mustard gas and stuff. Y'all better go home.
What you got, Ebony?
Yeah, and another thing is this is why you don't be down there with yourselves, by yourselves without some other brothers and sisters there to look out for you, because see how they were already trying to go ahead and delete somebody else. No, that's why you need to make sure that you have people who are on code with you. You don't need to be at spots like this, but it just goes to show that they were not vouching for that man's life. They were telling those police to delete him too. That's why you don't have your black ASS out at these protests, especially not by yourself.
And this white man, he get to archive this forever. He gonna show his grandkids. Look what I did to this ninja back in 2026, playing around. Yeah. But that was you, Grandpa? Yeah, he effed around and found out.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a training videos.
Good. Yes. That night at the bar, they rounds on him. Oh, he said, yeah, I got one tonight. This big old jigaboo was in my face, and I popped him with the mustard gas. They having a jolly good time about this madness, man.
Yeah, so don't be out there. Don't let it be you. Don't give them a reason to have a good time.
Y'all not de-escalate situations, man. Ain't got nothing to do with fear. I remember one time me and my football team was being goofy, and we found ourselves trying to run down on the rugby team in college. They had did something stupid. So we approach them, and we all off that liquor. We standing there, and this one dude comes outside. It's a whole football team and one guy in front of us. And I'm towards the front, and this dude, he was a Marine, or his daddy was, because he pulled out a damn sword. He pulled out that Marine sword, whing, like Highlander. And the dude behind me was like, stab me in the heart. And I'm in front of him. I said, whoa. I said, let's have a conversation. It ain't about fear. When folks start pulling out, pepper gas, grenade launchers, and swords, let's talk. Let's have a conversation.
That's it. So what you got, Leon? Give Leon King in. Was this righteous, Leon? I mean, was this biblical? What we looking at? There you go.
That was the hand of God reminding him to sit his black ass down somewhere. See, he should have been doing what I'm doing right now. Smoke my little herb, drinking my beer, and listening to the truth. See, when the Holy Spirit tell you something and you disobey, see, if you don't think that God didn't tell him ahead of time, nigga, don't you go out there. But he was like, no, my boy's out there. And he effed around and found out. And that's on the internet forever. His boys is going to be clowning him 25 years from now about that white man that shot him in the face and he didn't do shit. His girl, his woman is going to say, oh, nigga, what? You ain't do shit to that white man. You want to try to bow up at me? No. He got the witness.
I'll say this. He doing something. Speaking of lawsuits, I believe he's suing the city. He said he already had bad eyesight. As y'all can see, he got the glasses on. And he said this messed his eyesight up even more, as you could imagine. And he got doctors' bills and stuff. So he's planning on suing folks for doing him wrong. And hopefully he wins some bread. I don't know. But it said he knocked the vision out of that eye. One eye. when the eye that took the direct force, he said he ain't seen right since. He been seeing orange dust.
You can see, the old saying is that you can sue a tuna fish sandwich, right? But when he touched that man's gun, that was it. When he touched that man's gun, if he had just been walking down the road or taking his little whistle or throwing some shame. But when he touched that man's gun, see, there's a thing called license to kill. And there are certain people in this country who have that. Those are the people you do not want to fuck with. When they got a license to kill, you need to make it home.
Yeah.
Make it home.
Amen. Make it home. We be saying that. Just make it home to your kids, to your babies. Amen.
And I want to get Baba T back in. Let me get these first.
Shout out to PJ Solar. Says they made it illegal to burn the small hat flag, but not the American flag. Imagine that. Shout out to Occupied America. Appreciate your Roulette Rider, one of tonight's sponsors. Says peel this muffin cap back blue. Shout out to Kevin Hart. Appreciate your Frederick Howard, always coming through, gifting One Truth Over Lies membership. We appreciate
you, brother.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says that brother was the first to get pepper glazed at a protest. Umar Johnson talking about this brother now for protesting for snow bunnies. Appreciate your Black Unity. Said he deserved that ish. Stay on code and out of business that ain't yours, ninja.
Okay, so that's where I want to get you in, Baba T. Did he deserve it?
He deserved it. You know, when you throw your hands up and make any aggressive move, man, toward a federal agent, let alone a police officer, you know, you get the repercussions what might happen. I mean, hey, they just killed a black man again, and his back was to the officer. The kid had his hands out like this, and they told him to stop, turn around. You know, I mean, they've been having the license to kill us, you know, with less things we've done. So, you know, and really, that white woman's not going to win a civil case, okay? Because you have to understand with the federal government and with Trump and the legislation, man, what they've been doing to these ICE agents is pathetic. I mean, I couldn't be one. I'm telling you. I mean, they have it in Chicago. They protested, running up on agents, hitting their cars, stopping. Man, they made an area for the protesters to stand, and they ran over the area. These folks crazy, man. Why are you messing with them folks? Okay. They can lock you up, and the Supreme Court will go along with them because you interfere with federal government business. Just like these mayors and governors talking crazy. Don't you know you're that close to sedation? You know what sedation is? Plotting to overthrow the government. You're that close when you start doing stuff like that, and you're a government official. So, hey, it ain't our business. I always tell folks, if it ain't us, leave it alone. We ain't got nothing to do with them people. They don't even like us, like these Venezuelans. They don't like us. All these other folks don't like us. These Israelis, they don't like us. These Arabs, they don't like us.
I agree.
I just want us to like us. That's all I want. I want us to start liking us. Okay?
Amen, OG.
And like you said, that woman, more than likely, people got to understand these these are federal agents. So they are backed by the U.S. government, no different than the FBI or any of these other federal agencies. So got to understand who backing them.
There you go. They got power. Understand the rules of power. That's one thing as a community we having a hard time grasping. Power. Power is what gets stuff done. back to the one sister making the argument about one person getting prosecuted compared to the group of the Somalians. There's power in groups, even if it's fraudulent. It just is. Appreciate your brother Frederick. Says I'm late. Was watching Smell of Roses. Shout out to Raquel. Says trash CJ or watching Raquel trash CJ for acting 5 years old. He got heated. Oh.
Shout out to Frederick Howard and Sister Raquel. And this is what I'll say. As far as this brother, because look at him, he gonna try to take his coat off. What is this about?
Kill someone else!
Y'all see that? He took his coat off like he was about to go fight.
He is. He tough.
And this white dude trying to hold him back. And look at the news, CNN, all the people back there. He gonna be on somebody's local news trying to tell you.
You gonna mess around and be on somebody's podcast. Today, we've got the guy that took a pepper spray grenade straight to the grill piece. Here's his story.
Right. Or they could be trying to film it as outrage. Like, look what they did to this black man to try to get us to come out there and protest. But that's a lone wolf. We already know what it is. We got our popcorn. Leon has his blunt, and we're just sitting here watching the show.
There you go. No, don't be trying to trick us. I like that, Ebony Dean. This is not our fight. There you go. These are rogue individuals. They don't even sound like us. Y'all wouldn't invite that ninja to the cookout. Y'all heard how he talk.
Kill someone else!
You guys are doing a crazy job going everywhere. You literally
appreciate that.
That's crazy.
Yes.
But the thing is, you just going off the wrong shit. You gotta find the criminals, man, not the people working. This is an Uber waiting lot. We're literally working. You know, I've been here since. Criminals doing Uber? Oh yeah. That's not how it works, brother. Criminals are doing ice. How about that? You know what I'm saying? You guys shooting up people, man. Somebody just got shot for what? Why did you guys shoot that lady? Answer me that. There's an officer today that shot a lady in the head, dude. Really? For what?
I don't know why they do the head, man.
You got all these stuff. You could have just got her, man. She's not gonna like fly out of the country.
Like an alien.
Like an alien with a spaceship.
With a spaceship.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is, guys. What you guys want to do? Literally, the head of all of these guys is literally here, man.
What do we got to do with Uber?
And because you know there's a bunch of hardworking Somalians here. You guys just coming to terrorize them, man. Why are you guys acting like terrorists?
Terrorists?
What the fuck, dude?
It's a good idea of terrorism.
Every person here is working. Uber, if you don't have an app, if Uber didn't verify you, if your app is not active, you cannot be here working. Just coming here pissing in our little porta potties, man. Just taking over everything. But this is not normal. Why do you go to people's workplaces to harass them?
Okay. All right, have a good day,
sir. Go to. Just fear God. Don't fear this uniform.
Zone 4, okay? See you guys.
Hold on, this is too much. Let me stop here. So now they at the airport. So ICE just run up in the Uber waiting lines at the airport checking the drivers. They like, look, a lot of the drivers at the airport are Somalians, about 200 of them down there. And ICE pulled up deep, checking. And this dude like, and you can go into any major city, go into New York, any of these places at the airport. I'm sure they're going to start doing that because that's where they be. Walmart, go to Walmart where they do the Spark delivery. Look on the side part, be a lot of Middle Eastern folks and Somalians, you name it. So
I know that Uber car smell like onions, Drake car, musk, gooch grease, all of the above. What's that Drake car? Dark Drake car. That is stank. It smells just like that and must. Show your paperwork, man. Seriously. Stop. And shout out to Ebony Dean and Project Leroy. Y'all be cracking me up about that hairline check. And look, I'm catching on now. Here I called it out. And Shirley said it. I said Somalians ain't doing nothing. Like y'all said, now y'all see how we get it. One bad ninja, we all bad ninjas to the world. 1,000 bad Somalians, y'all all bad. Welcome to the party.
But see, here's the thing, Mr. Walker, we're not paying to get these scam licenses and degrees and all that. He's talking about you have to be verified. There is a little African driving school right now that's just giving people, as long as you pay, they're giving you your L's and all that. And I just found that out like last week, because I've been doing my own Seattle investigating on some of these folks. So all these scams, their truck driving and all that, they don't have real degrees. And I'm not saying all, I'm saying some. And so, yeah, show your paperwork. And he's talking about, you know, them killing the or deleting the woman. What about all the deletings that happen in your homeland, you know? So we're not even going to do any of that. Show your paperwork, show your verification, because they're checking y'all at the door at the airlines or the airport and all that. So yeah, it's time. Like you guys said, they've been doing it to us for years, and now you just have to verify your stuff, because you are not an American citizen, chances are. So yeah.
And speaking of that, now they are just pulling over. Mass agents chased this young woman. This is in Louisiana now.
Not Louisiana.
Leave me alone!
No, you're the one that we weren't even looking for you.
And her stepdad came out. So ICE driving down the street, they saw a woman. She looked suspect, like she was maybe from south of the border, and they just hopped out on her, and she ran back in the house. And then this is wild.
One of the most, as a man, one of the most effective and intimidating things you can do as a man, trust me, I done done it, is be extremely calm in front of law enforcement. Look, this is a big old brother. He flailing his arms. You are showing that you are overly concerned. Something is amiss. When you remain calm, they gonna remain calm, and they gonna view you as being under control and powerful. I'm telling you what I know. You could be dead wrong in what you're doing. Be calm and get a desired outcome. Don't be flailing your arms as a man like this. It ain't gonna get you nowhere. Don't do it.
Leave me alone!
And she wrong.
No, you're the one that we weren't even looking for you. So get the here. Right. So who are you looking for? This is a public area. Okay. So you want? I want to speak to you. Well, I don't want to talk to you either. You're the one. Hispanic people against Hispanic, bro.
Well, there you go. A lot of this stuff is the same thing going on in Minnesota. We seen the woman was walking down the street. They ran up on her. Where your ID? She like, oh, this is my city. The dude said, where are you born? She said, it don't matter where I was born. This is my home. Get out my face. And like Baba T said, if you ain't from here, and you get to acting like that, something gonna come on the back end. Y'all keep playing.
I don't know. I ain't too proud to show my ID, even if they did wrong. Oh, the Constitution said you don't have to show. Here, you ain't hurt my pride. You ain't gonna do nothing to me. That's what you ain't gonna do. You can see my ID. Here you go. And I'm going about my day. I'm not that. I don't know. I've been there. See, I understand the sentiment. I've been there as a youngster. I ain't showing you nothing. F you. I'm already getting beat down by life. You ain't doing nothing. I get it. But what is that going to get you but more heartache? Now they putting your name to, okay, they taking your picture. Are we gonna get back to him? See, or back to her? Just let's get this over with. It ain't I'm sorry, it ain't it's that bad. Show me ID and go about your day. Show the white man your walking papers.
So welcome up, Richard Media. I know you've been in the audience. What you got, brother?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I came on because of that last video that you showed with the woman running. So all last summer, I live in northern Illinois. It's called Lake County. And Lake County has the only naval training center in the U.S. It's called Great Lakes. And that's where federal agents were stationed when they first came to Illinois. Okay. And within Lake County, there's so many retired veterans. They all over the freaking place. Active service members as well. But I digress. So anyway, during the summer here in the city I live, it's a large Hispanic community, especially within Lake County. Lake County is about 40 miles north of Chicago. Okay, it's technically a suburb, if you get what I'm saying. So anyway, so it's predominantly a Hispanic community, and I have I can't cut my grass anymore because of the my allergies get excited, and I can't breathe for about 3 or 4 days, and my eyes are swollen and whatnot. So anyway, I hired a crew to come do my lawn, and just so happened they're Hispanic. So during the summer, these guys did not come out to cut anybody's grass. All right, not a bit. So on Saturday mornings between the hours of 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. in the afternoon, this is on Saturdays, every Saturday during the summer, the ICE agents or FBI, whoever you want to call them, were out with their helicopters flying low within certain areas. And they make these wide circles, these wide sweeps. And they also were flying drones in certain areas too, because you can hear them. You know, these big drones, they not like the airplanes, but like those DJI drones that you can buy from Best Buy, those big ones. They had those drones out with, you know, these drones got 4K and 8K cameras on them. All right. And they be flying low. So somebody mentioned it earlier about how these that other race of people be out on the front lines antagonizing and you know, those federal agents. And they were expecting the Black community here in Lake County to support them and back them. And Hispanics were too. Okay. They were expecting the same thing. But what was happening was, because I seen it myself. So at Home Depot that I go to frequently, which is not far from where I live, it was almost barren of anybody hanging around there doing any kind of work or looking for work. Because what these ICE agents were doing, they were traveling to these shopping centers, whether it was Walmart Supercenter or Home Depot or Menards, and they were posting up. And if you looked like that type, they were pulling you over. All right. They were snatching people out of cars. Okay. And they were detaining people. They even attempted to detain the mayor of Waukegan, who's a Black man. Okay. Because one, he just got into office. So I guess they didn't have their records updated. And he won over some white female who, okay, I'm not going to go into that. But anyway, but they tried to detain him. And he was trying to explain who he was, as well as some of the members of the city council was out there trying to explain to these. But these guys don't care. They're out on a mission.
So he was saying, I'm the mayor. He's like, I'm the mayor. And he's like, no, you ain't.
It doesn't matter. These guys are out there on a mission. And they have marching orders from the executive office. Okay. They have marching orders from the executive office. And they were snatching people out of cars, detaining people. Not only that, they were not detaining people at Great Lakes because they can't do that, because federal agents were at Great Lakes for housing. That's where they slept. That's where they did their staging. And that's where they moved out from. You can't bring detainees to Great Lakes. Great Lakes is not built like that. Okay. However, they do have a warehouse that's in Broadview, a community that's just east of O'Hare Airport, or not far from Chicago West Side. They have this warehouse building that's almost a block in size. It's like the Guantanamo Bay, if you will, where they were taking these people to interrogate them. And they treated these people just like the U.S. soldiers did to those so-called terrorists at Guantanamo Bay. The horror stories they're out there. Okay. Eventually these people do get released, or either if they are illegals and they can't prove that they belong here or they here working with some kind of papers, then yeah, they get put on an airplane and get sent almost any damn where. You know, you could be a Venezuelan and get sent to Somali. They don't care what they're sending you to. They putting you on the next plane, smoking out of O'Hare, and wherever it's going, that's where you're going to be. There's so many stories like that. So when I saw with that woman running, that's real. They are running up and down streets looking. Okay, I had never seen. I've been up here for almost 30 years. Yeah, almost 30 years, and I had never seen the streets empty on Saturday at any time, except for after 1 p.m. 1 a.m. in the morning. I had never seen it like that, and it was so freaking quiet. So my lawn wasn't getting cut. The company had to find some people who were legal to cut the lawn. All right. And then I'm going to end with this. So one night I was doing my thing in the front room with my iPad. I was looking at some YouTube video, probably Single by Choice. I don't know. But anyway, I was sitting, and it was at night, and there was a knock on my door. I keep all my doors locked, screen door, front and back, locked. Okay. So there was a knock on my front door, my front screen door, and I just ignored it. Like, you know, hey, it's 10:30. Ain't nobody should be over here knocking on my door. Anyway, they knocked some more. So I went and got my high beam flashlight. I got a tactical light that has like 8,000 lumens. You know, if I point it in your face and turn it on, it's going to blind you. So anyway, I went and got my flashlight, and I looked out my side window so I can see the porch to see who it was. But before I even looked out the window, it was a policeman, and he was out with his flashlight circling my property. He was out by my garage, out by the back, on the side with his flashlight looking. Okay. So when I actually went to the door, when I went to the window and saw him, I said, let me go to the door. So I went to the door and I saw his face. Then I went back to the window and I turned my flashlight on. Boom, right in his face. You know, blinded him. Okay. So he was looking for someone. He gave me the name, and I told him, no, you got the wrong address. What he wanted me to do was open the door and talk to him through the screen door. And if I unlocked that door and opened it a little bit, he would have put his foot in. And there's no telling who else was around him because I didn't see any other vehicles that I recognized on my block. But I didn't open the door, and I told him, you know, you got the wrong house, man. Ain't nobody here by that name. Across the street from me is a couple of Hispanic families. He went over there knocking on their doors. But these people knew about the so-called raid, and they left. I don't know where they went, but all those people, that's families that's on my block, they left. All right. So they got orders from the executive office. All right. That woman that got shot, sad that happened, but thoughts and prayers is all she's going to get. Okay. Because if there's anybody out there that's my color, that came from my background, you should not be out there, because that is not my fight. Okay. Just like they were down in Waukegan and in Gurnee, I'm not going out there. And I was advising anybody out there that I knew that was my color, like, look, you stay away from down there. You know, that's not where you're supposed to be. You should be at home protecting your family. So anyway, that's what's real. Okay. And my whole community is on terror alert and watch alert. They're terrified. Now that it's cold, not much activity is happening right now, but wait till it gets warm. They're going to heat back up again. So that's all I got.
Brother Richard, that's exactly why I'm hell-bent on getting me some land, because of what you just said. You minding your business in the tranquility of your own home, and somebody that invited they sell right outside your door, that irks my spirit. But that's why Billy Bob and them got acres. It's a long way to get to the front of their house. It's a long way to get off their land. See what I'm saying? That's intimidating to law enforcement. You are acre in my land. I'll do whatever I want to you for the most part.
Yeah.
Shout out to Frederick Howard. Says, men, women of good character, FBAs, don't be moved by this distraction. Learn from this dummy Tavius. Indeed.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate your roulette rider. Says, there's so many points to hit on. Wish I could come up on the panel, but I work for Uncle Sam. Also, sorry, Ebony, but reparations not coming. At best, state level incentives. Don't get Sister Ebony Dean fired up. Y'all better stop.
Us as FBAs, we're in a great position right now. So we're getting people up out the paint. We're exposing all the fraud, and we're exposing that there is money for us to get reparations. So roulette rider, reparations will happen, and when the check comes, it's just gonna come. That's just what it is.
He can sign his over to you.
yeah, sign yours. Get my information from Gavin X and Mr. Walker. Sign yours over to me. That's it.
There you go.
And I was gonna say, yeah, we dropped the video the other day. The woman, who was that? Amanda Seals. She was going in, so she was calling out the FBAs. Amanda Seals went in.
Amanda Seals, please.
But nonetheless, Triple X come right on time. They calling out reparations. Triple X pull up like, hold on.
Hey, you rang right. Clark Kent Superman is here. You rang. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Salute to you guys. Nice seeing you guys. Nice seeing everybody. Yeah, as far as the girl is concerned, that was extremely unwise and unsmart thing to do. She needs to let ICE cook, let them work, let them cook, and take care of business. She doesn't have really any real reason to be out there in the way. Clearly, she's co-opted and funded to be out there being a disruption. And that's how that works. Otherwise, she wouldn't be out there doing that. She's basically treating this as a job, so there's funding involved. It's an unfortunate situation, but you don't charge police officers, and you definitely don't charge them with vehicles like that. You're asking to get capped.
Let me ask y'all this.
Yeah.
Should he be arrested?
I would say no. And he very likely won't be found guilty because of the situation. It's highly unlikely he'll be found guilty.
Okay, so what you think? I get you in, Man Evolve. Should he be arrested?
No, he should not be, because he did that in his job, as a part of his job. Now, if they find something that they feel he should be arrested for, that would be different. But I'll be honest, right? Like I say, I'm an outsider, and so I don't want to sound prejudiced when sometimes I say American, because like I say, you guys have an issue where in America you have a lot of different sects of people. In the Bahamas, everyone is Bahamian.
Yeah.
In America, there's Black American, there's Hispanic American, there's Ucho American, you get this one, you get the Native Americans. So, and then everyone is sort of divided, especially when it comes down to Trump. You just get some people hate Trump. Like there was this thing they say, if Trump cure cancer, they'll say, we don't need it. He can keep that. Because some people just really hate Trump that much. Even though the fella done come in and in 1 year, this man done do more stuff than I've seen any president do in sometimes 4 terms. And then he's coming to stats, so he's scary on bad. But I'm saying to you guys, again, as Black Americans, y'all need to stay in your house. Because you have this thing as an unseen thing that most Americans don't really recognize. Sometimes Americans just come here and I used to drive taxi, and they ask you like, and it starts to rain or they meet it raining when they come off the airline, right? And they come in my taxi because I was driving taxi at the time. It's like 06. People asking me,
I thought it didn't rain in the Bahamas. But you imagine me trying to stay focused on the road and someone in the back of me asking me a dumb question like that. You're looking at all these green trees all around you. You know, you expecting to see all type of animals and stuff like that, and you could ask me that you thought it didn't rain in the Bahamas. So that means you didn't even take no time to understand where you was going, none of that. So I'm just saying all that to say that this, right? In 1985 in Philadelphia, they dropped a bomb that the police just made on the whim. It was an impromptu bomb that somebody just created and dropped this on a residential building where they believe some black activists were inside of. And it killed 11 people. 5 of them was children. And it burned down 60-something houses at the same time, where this fire just get out of control, right? And so I say all of that to say, just the other day, they were shooting people in Iran, allegedly. They maybe killed something like 12,000 people who was protesting. You carrying on for this one woman, get yourself out in the streets, you better really think that over, because you could just die because somebody just accidentally, a rookie, just accidentally just pulled the trigger and you dead. And they want you to be a martyr because that is what it's get. That agenda on fire when someone become a martyr for the cause, and that's what they looking for. That's why they telling you go out in the streets, because they want you to be a martyr. These people want you all to die, you know. They don't care about y'all. They was just gunning y'all down the other day. Y'all better stay focused, because as a community, you guys got to have a voice where you say to yourself, we need to stay home and organize ourselves for, like you say, if y'all want reparations, boy, good luck with that one. But for real, you got to stay in your house and stay safe, because what could happen? And then these people just walk away. It's a serious, serious thing. You guys, y'all gotta be safe. Respect.
Okay. So what you got, Leon? Get you in real quick. What you got, brother?
Yeah, and it was and like Baba T said, that was the MOVE organization, and it was a black mayor that was in charge at the time. So James Brown said in '68, when they killed King and the riots in DC, they got James Brown on the radio to try to calm people down. And he told them, he said, look, these people got bombs. All you got is a little 6-shooter. You know how the white man took over the world? With the gun. And he got bigger guns. And now he got the ultimate gun. You know, they got bombs that they can drop on a city and it'll kill everybody in that city. You know, so you got to understand, look, you got to think. Like Mr. Walker said, look, get yourself a couple of acres so the man can't come on your property and harass you. Get out there with the little plow and grow you some potatoes and herbs and things for your family. You know, look, man, this thing is bigger than us. This thing is bigger than us. You know, you got to think, look, you cannot go out here with words against bullets. Bullets are going to win every time. So it's like this, you know, and you guys have mentioned earlier, and nobody said anything, but do you know that, and we've talked about this, look, all they got to do is throw us in prison, and they got themselves a slave. That's all they got to do. They got a slave, you know? So it's like this. The U.S. Constitution allows for slavery, if you're incarcerated. You cross that gun line and you are a slave. I see it all the time. You know, you go out to get a loaf of bread, next thing you know, you're in handcuffs. So it's about, look, 9 Inch Nails got a song called Head Down. When I go out, I keep my head down. I keep my head, on a swivel, knowing where I'm going and why I'm going. But the thing is this, you don't be looking these animals in their eyes. You just keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, get the shit that you gotta get, and get your ass back home. People be talking about they want to be outside. Look, don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. That's all I got to say.
Shout out to you, brother Leon. So here we go. I want to pull this one last thing up before we get out of here. I was just telling y'all about this Amanda Seales video. We're going to touch on it since Man Evolve said something a second ago.
Understanding that a free Palestine is representative of a free world. It is a stronghold of Zionism that is required at present for it to continue to spread. And if it can be thwarted, then it is a huge blow to the effort of political control of Zionism. 2, I will be bringing with me into 2026 a continued annoyance at African people saying that Black Americans are doing performative Africanism, at West Indian, Caribbean people saying that Black Americans are lazy, and at FBA Black Americans calling themselves FBA Black Americans and saying that anybody else is not Black. All 3 of those gotta stop. All 3 of them are nonsense. All 3 of them are operative behavior, and all 3 of them are absolutely colonizer tactics to shut down any possible ability to shift the axis of evil.
So that's Amanda Seales. I want to get you in, Ebony. She said FBA. What she say about FBA people saying are they saying they are the only Black people or what? What is she saying?
She was saying that the FBA are saying that the other people from the diaspora are not Black. But actually, Amanda Seales, we weren't the ones that said that. It was actually them who said that. They are the ones who specify that they're not Black. And so we're just like, oh, okay. That's why the delineation movement is so epic right now, because you guys have already delineated from us from jump. And we're just kind of like, okay, we're going to just do our thing, but Amanda Seales, just because you put some dreads and stuff in your hair, it doesn't, your Black card is still revoked because you be saying janky stuff all the time, and the dreads are not helping you at all. So, but yeah, whenever we were fighting for civil rights and fighting for immigrants and stuff to come over to this country, it was for reinforcement for us to, fight against, the white supremacists and the system and everything. And once immigrants came over, they had their own agendas and things, and they weren't really rocking with us like that. So it's taken us a long time to kind of get on the delineation train. But the fact of the matter is, within the last couple years, everybody is on code. We are all for delineation. It's actually helping us with our cause and everything, because we are defining who we are. We're not letting anybody else define who we are. We are foundational Black Americans. We built this whole entire country, and the delineation movement is causing for all other groups to be exposed for their behaviors and their crimes and everything. And everything is not getting dumped on us as just Blacks as a whole. In the hospitals, in schools, and in all national literature and everything, they are putting the boxes for Black Americans, and then they have Somalian, Black Somalians and everything. So everything is being specified right now. Crime is down to historical lows in all FBA cities. I posted a statistic and links to it in the Patreon and everything. Crime is down. We're getting people up out of the paint. We are not the only ones who are incarcerated or committing crimes. Things are getting exposed, and everybody has to hold their own nuts and take accountability for their own people's action. We are not responsible for all melanated people in the whole entire world. We have enough to deal with us being FBA and the crimes that we commit. We do not have to take on other people's stuff. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Shout out to Ebony. Yeah! So there we go. I want to get Brother T in here. I know you want to speak. Amanda Seal, I mean, is that a thing? Do people who are FBA, if we FBA, are we saying nobody else can be black?
I think the word black has a misunderstood history of usage amongst different people amongst the diaspora. I'm not even sure if everybody identifies as black across the diaspora, because he's Bahamian, Jamaicans are Jamaican, Nigerians are Nigerians. They don't call themselves Africans, they call themselves Nigerians. So I think like FBA is like important because it gives us our own status or our own way of identifying ourselves. If men and women can say that they're pansexual, we can say that we're FBA and nobody should have a problem with that. I can sexually orientate myself any way, form, or fashion I want to, but when it comes to the truth about black people, we have to tiptoes and be careful about how we want to go about categorizing ourselves. And I must say, somebody commented and said that Amanda Seals is the lost Muppet, and that was the funniest thing I've seen all day.
I like the term FBA. It's empowering, and I believe that's why there's pushback. Black. What is black? Black is beautiful, yeah, but what the heck is it? African American. What exactly is that? You know, were you born here? Did you migrate here? But FBA, we are foundational. We were born here, and it is an extremely strong probability that we have ancestors that were used as free labor to build this country and give it the head start. Is still freaking running on. I like that. I don't. Everything is going to cause some degree of division, right? However, it's just how we, the culture, go about it. You know, I like it. Take pride in being FBA, foundational Black America. I can see the powers that be want to stop it because it's claiming ownership. Foundational Black America, not just black. Like, what is black?
Yeah, and actually politicians and things, they are acknowledging us as foundational Black Americans, and they're saying that it makes sense. Politicians are recognizing it and everything. And so it's getting out there. What started with the grassroots, with us just having these discussions and forums and everything and putting the information out there, has reached to a national level with politicians and everybody acknowledging and recognizing who we are, and that is huge for our lineage at this time. So we're only moving forward. It's just the beginning of 2026.
There we go. And she also said something else. I want to get you in, Manny Ball. She called you out. All right, your people. She said she tired of Caribbean people calling Black American people lazy. Is that a thing?
Uh-oh.
Now, my family is Black American. So I would never spit. What I like to say, I don't like to piss. You don't ever piss where you lay. I love America. I've been over there all the time. We only 15 minutes.
I will say this. I want to remove you just culturally. Is it a thing people from the islands, do they look at Americans as lazy?
American people strange, bro. Black, white. Y'all are some strange people. I tell you some of the things, and especially with Black Americans, you guys have this royalty thing where you guys believe when you come here, like you guys have a degree just because you are American. Because I'm an American, you guys drive on the wrong side of the road. We don't drive on the wrong side of the road. We drive on the other side of the road. But that's pretty much, that gives you an idea of how Black Americans has come off a lot, bro. We drive on the wrong side of the road. No, we don't do something different. We do it wrong because it's not American. And that's how it is feel like a slap in the face, because how you guys is get do by white Americans. And then you here now in my country telling me I doing it wrong, when as far as to be Black in America, you can't be right. But yet you want to exercise yourself like that. You have to be careful, because you could say that to the wrong person.
So that means yes.
Yeah. I want to get Richai. I know Richai want to respond. What you got?
Yeah. I wanted to ask Manny Ball a question, because he continually said Americans, right? Americans in Jamaica, Americans driving on the wrong side of the road. So
no, we drive on the wrong side of the road.
Hold on. That's what you said. So when you say Americans, to me, you're including those other people too, along with us. When you say Americans, right?
All like I say, Chinese is Chinese.
No, that's not what I asked you.
Amen. All Americans.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, so I'm saying when I speak about Americans, I have to break you up in different.
No. You're speaking about all Americans, right? Regardless of their ethnic background, right?
Yeah, I'd say all Americans.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so now the question was asked to you, and I can answer the question for you, Mr. X. He asked you, is that what the Caribbean people think about Black Americans or FBA Americans that were lazy? Before you answer, the response is yes, Gavin X. That is what they think.
No, you can't put words in my mouth.
No. That's what they think.
No, I can't speak. I can do like how the women is do.
No. We ain't talking about the women.
For me, I'm jumping. If the women can do it, I can do it. Okay. So I'm not talking, but all women, like how they say, I'm just talking about for me and my friends that are around me. So I can only speak for me and my friends. And as far as my family is of Black Americans, who house I have to go in and be taken care of, I would never say anything evil about Black Americans, but I can only state some true facts. And
so let's not mince words here, Mr. Manival. Okay, you said you're Black American, and I am for sure. I don't have the same accent. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. But I don't have the same accent as you have. Okay? But when you say that you're Black American, you must be considering.
I didn't say that.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not finished yet. Okay, I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead, talk.
I was saying I never said I'm Black American. I'm a Bahamian. I born in the Bahamas. I say I have a family who are Black American. And they pretty much American by birth. They went over there and their mother went over there and had kids because you guys are giving all those stamps. So 8 months pregnant,
he made my point for me.
Stamps, brother.
He made my point for me. Thank you.
That's the listen. I've been said I know how the rest of the world looks at us. They look at all Americans. I don't think color got nothing to do with it. They look at the rest of the world, look at all continental United States civilians as egotistical. What is it? Entitled.
No,
Definitely
Mr. Walker.
entitled.
Mr. Walker.
Are you not? Listen. Are you not? Would you say that, Mr. Walker, that you guys are not those things?
Well, listen, no, we said lazy. The word is lazy. Y'all think we are lazy. Black Americans, let's put white folks out of this. Y'all respect white folks. We know how y'all feel about massa. It's about how you feel about us. Y'all think we lazy.
Yes, they do.
I've heard a lot of Bahamians
say we lazy.
That way. And I've seen it happen a lot in Florida because you have a lot of persons, even right on the internet, you see Black Americans on the internet telling you why should I go to work, right? For $420 a week when I could stay home and collect $380 a week. And that happens in the Bahamas too. So it's not per se, like you could say all of them are this or that, all of them are that. It's everyone is unique within themselves. I've never collected anything. And, I go there and I get what I want. That's just me. But Americans, you guys are different, buddy.
Okay. What you got, Ebony? I know Ebony trying to get in real quick.
Yeah, Man Evolve, I respect you for coming up and speaking on behalf of your culture and shout out to you. But I can speak for foundational Black Americans. We are definitely not lazy. We actually built this entire country and have put in the work. So when we say that we don't want to work for $400 a month or a week or whatever, it's because we already paid the cost to be the boss. Okay. We've already done all the work. We already put in the groundwork and everything. So no, we're not working for pennies. We built a country that has, we built this country in order for us to be able to make it. So if people come over from another culture or immigrants or whatever, and they're coming over and undercutting us for these jobs that we created when we built this entire country, yes, we do have a problem with that. It's not about being entitled. I think maybe that's a perception that people from the diaspora actually think of us, because we have created this this country, in order for us to survive in. So I think it's more of a diaspora thought and not so much what we think, because we've already paved the way for us. And maybe if that was something that went on in the other countries in the diaspora, maybe you guys would have a different outlook on things as well, like we do. But we've already laid the groundwork in order to act the way that we do in a country that we created.
This is what I mean when I say this is me giving us understanding. Even though we critique our culture day in and day out, when I say we have a unique journey, like there's no other melanated folks from any other place that can understand the FBA, journey. Shout out to us crack babies, the whole crack epidemic. There ain't too many other cultures that have been dealt such biological and psychological warfare. And we have experienced that. And this is not an excuse, but there are going to be subsequent effects moving on from that. Like, I get it. I hate the fact that my folks moved from Louisiana up north chasing steel mill money and club life. But I understand what they was running. I get it. They tired of farming. They tired of planting master's crop. I get it. I don't like it, but I can understand it. So that's my biggest thing. When folks are criticizing us from other cultures, it would be wise to have a little compassion, understand that our journey is wicked, absolutely wicked.
Yes. So I want to get internet passport here. I know you got something, brother. What you got?
It's one of those things where we wish we could all be able to unite. What do they say? Have that black and brown coalition, but people are going to go ahead and separate themselves. Love the term foundational Black Americans, because it gives such a specific pride for us and what we've been through. And I always say, learn this from my pops: the black don't win, we all jump in. I won't be able to fight for you, brother. For anybody that comes over here, we're trying to go ahead and put you on game. But sometimes that won't just happen, and they don't understand the game for America that we know, and things that will happen, that you will either be you have to find a way to work within the system, or you're gonna be exploited by the system. And I'm gonna end up leaving on this one story, because this whole thing kind of wraps it up to me, and I think y'all went over it, but it happened this past fall. I had to pull up the article where a couple based out of Detroit, Michigan, they charged a couple with allegedly employing hundreds of undocumented workers in Western New York, North Carolina, and in Michigan. They said it was a total sum of $74 million, and that they had, over 240 undocumented workers. Most of them ended up being Mexican. Outside of the couple's home was what? A Mexican flag that they had on the property. They over there exploiting people from the same culture, from the same country. And anybody comes over here, we're trying to tell you, hey, this is the game of America. They're gonna follow that green. FBAs, we've been through this. We're trying to tell y'all what's up. But y'all see the perceived arrogance. I know another thing they say is that Americans is fat. We gotta get better. We gotta get in shape, lift things up and put them down. But still, ultimately, if we could come together and be able to make something happen and continue to increase and better our community, that's what I would like in a perfect world. But I know not everybody's going to do that. There's going to be some tethers. and there's gonna be some people who don't want to be on code. I still like to have that olive branch out there to say, hey, come on down, let's get down together. But if you don't, okay, and we step away. And as soon as the FBA started stepping away, now everybody's looking for our help. Everybody's looking to say, hey, what are you doing? What? You get to define yourself, self-determination? I mean, come on. That's just one thing where I wish people would understand is that we're laying out the blueprint of how America gets down. And if everyone will follow that, I think it will be something for them that would be very helpful is all. And shout out to you, Rich Eye, man. I want to start calling you Sankofa, man. You start bringing that stuff back from the past, brother. You too, Baba T. But thanks again for y'all having me on the panel. I got to go get up early and work and not be in the streets protesting. Salute to y'all.
Appreciate you, brother. Always coming through. And I was going to say this to follow that up. Like you said, if you're not from, America, you don't, to piggyback off Man Evolve, not saying this is you, but people that are from the islands, they can sit back and think that we are equal to white folks because we are in the same country and we got the same footing. And it's like, how are y'all down bad and y'all got access to the same stuff when it's not necessarily true at all? They, like I said, you got to understand it deeper on a deeper level to know that, it's not laziness. It's a lot of systematic stuff.
I find it fascinating. Somebody in chat, talking about what do we mean? We built this country. My goodness. Hence slavery. It was free labor. We got nothing to show for because what do you, my goodness, slavery. That's why we got nothing to show. We did build it. Use your mind. Do you think what is United States without foundational Black Americans? We got the economy going. The economy got jump started off of free labor. It was needed. They didn't know how to do any daggone thing. Yes, we don't have much to show for because of slavery. Hence, some of our perceived arrogance. Like I said, we don't make excuses over here, but we're not going to sit here and deny that we built everything. We built the White House. We tilled the land. We fed the damn kids. We did everything. A lot of these white folks healthy because of Black woman's tit. What are you talking about? We literally built this land. We don't have much to show for it. Give us our daggone reparations.
But I would say, I'll get you an Ebby. I was going to say, in the meantime, it's, my thing is not time for us to play victims. Even though we got all this knowledge and we can acknowledge it, this happened, we still got to keep moving forward. Don't allow it to make you remain stagnant and be a victim and just wallowing. No, use it as fuel and to empower you,
Right. And along with what Mr. Walker said, we actually gain, we have a lot to show for it. We have just the fact that everybody's reaching out to us to try to fix all the problems that are going on. Come help us and come be there for us, come protest and fight for us. That's what we have to show for it because we never back down from this country. We put in all the work. We continue to fight. We were the survivors of the slaves. We show determination. We show that we will never stop. We didn't flee anywhere to go run off because things weren't going right here. We stayed and held it down and fought for everything that we have, and we still continue to fight. So if you're wondering what we gain from it, it's that determination to still keep going and keep fighting for what is ours and what is owed to our ancestors. And so I think that, just looking at from the outside looking in, that is something that is people actually look to us for because we have that determination and that fighting spirit. It's within us, and it's only, within our group and our culture, just through our ancestors. So that is something that we have to show for it. And we'll continue to show it to get our reparations roulette. So thank you.
Amen.
There we go. And
money.
Shout out to Brother Frederick Howard. We appreciate you. Says, why so many melanated men and women of other countries flock to America? Are your countries better? Then why leave it? You believe the lie and still take the money.
You want to answer that, Man Evolve? I'm not sure.
Yeah, like it's the thing, whereas it depends on what environment you in, the fruit of the person that you see in the front of you. And it's just like you say, and I really like that FBA thing, That sounds real nice. I really see the value in that. Because like I tell you, I had an ex-girlfriend who was from, where's LeBron again? Where's LeBron from again?
Akron, Cleveland.
Cleveland. I had a girlfriend from Cleveland, and she broke down that what a Black American is and how you guys are really unique. The fact that, like I say, if I'm in the United States or Bahamians in the United States are being abused, I could call to my country, or my country could say to the United States officially, what are you doing to our people? But the Black people in the United States, you have no country to go to. You have no place that you could run to. You are this system's child in terms of this is where you guys are. So you have to dig and roots into this, into the United States, and create a blossom of the FBA people. And you have to make sure keep your children safe, because at the end of the day, it's all about cutting off people from this earth and replacing them. That's why they had the border open. They was replacing y'all because they wasn't sure whether or not you was going to go to that side. So they invited a whole pile of people in, and then they made it illegal for you to even ask for identification when you being voted. When you go to vote in certain states, it's illegal to ask that person for identification. That automatically tell you that I believe, like Trump said, that there's be rigging these elections, because that's a red flag right off the top. Like a sister with tattoos trying to tell me she's a homely girl. That ain't gonna work. So you guys got to take care of yourself.
Well, I know Richard, I know you got some pushback. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead. Or he dropped off. I know Richard had some. Grab this other super chat.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate your ambitions. Says checking in to see what's going on in the chat. Madness is always ambitions. Enjoy.
Appreciate you. Yeah! Boom, so until then, I'll get you in, Baba T. What you got, Baba T?
Baba T. You know, I was just thinking about in 1919, when the Honorable Mosiah Marcus Garvey started UNIA, United Negro Improvement Association. And he started a Back to Africa thing to Liberia. And the reason was for it to be a correlation at that time between us and Liberia. That way we have some connection. Now you go forward to 1964, well, Malcolm said, man, you could dress up in the dashiki and come up in one of them restaurants, start talking about ooh. It's how stupid white folks are. Okay. You know, now you get all the way here to 2026. Listen, has anybody lived in South Florida? I've lived in South Florida. Okay. South Florida is a melting pot. And most of the people this is my experience. Most of the people that come to South Florida, they think they're better than Americans, than us. They really do. They really do. I've seen some, really bad experiences with some Caribbeans, which I know you wouldn't do that up in Chicago. You wouldn't do that in New York. You wouldn't do it in Detroit. Much more citizens where they do something to you. I had a cat from Jamaica act crazy to me up here on 71st Street. I said, Bati boy, I'll cut your head off. You know? Okay? Yeah, come on out here. Okay, I got something for you. You know, and it's bad. You know, it is really bad. And I said, man, this is a different world for me. I'm like, this ain't in America. That's how crazy it was down there. You know, but one thing I did notice is that they pay a lot of immigrants cheaper money than they would pay me as a citizen. Okay. You know, that's one thing I did notice. You know, a lot of people they paid that cheaper money to, which, you know, people from Haiti and places like that. So, yeah, you know, but it was wild down there. It was really wild. It gave me a total different perspective. You know, like I say, what Malcolm said, you can go in there, and they think you're from Africa and they will seat you down. That's how crazy it is. You know? And like now we see the delineation. We need to have delineation because a lot of people don't understand that you're here on the backbone of our labor. Okay? All right? And we're not talking about slave. I'm just talking about that civil rights. Okay? That came through. And that gave you the right to be here and to enjoy these things.
I never thought about that.
Okay. Now another thing that's bad, and because it lowers our threshold for reparations, because instead of us talking about civil rights, we should have been talking about human rights. Okay, because that way we could take our case to the United Nations. But we didn't do that. That civil rights is just somebody being nice to you. Hey, brother, how you doing? Come on into the store and spend some money. Sure, sit down and have a meal with us. So yeah, that's definitely needed with us, and everybody need to be on board. You got a lot of these house Negroes that's not on board, because of that money, man, that power, that position, that status where they are, and they don't want to lose that. Really. And please, whenever you talk about locks, do not say dreads.
There you
Because
go.
the English use that word as ugly. And if you look in the dictionary, dreadful means what? Ugly. So you calling somebody's hair ugly. That's what they call our hair. Ugly. Okay.
Well, let me. Well, actually, I read up. What I read, Brother Bobby T, was the dreads. That was a name given to some of the freedom fighters, I think, in Haiti, because they grew their hair, and the enemy said it was dreadful. So yeah, we shouldn't say dreads because we ain't living that life. We ain't out here with a machete, taking machete to the white man. So we shouldn't call them dreads because we ain't about that life. They are locks. I agree. Dago, right?
Yeah, I know I call them dreadlocks a lot, but yeah, I try to correct that. But I'm gonna get you in, Richard. I know you was trying to respond earlier to Man Evolve's point.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me, right?
Yep.
So Man Evolve, I'm not coming at you or attacking you, all right? But I had to write something down what you said about something that we don't have a country to go back to. And I think everyone on this panel was saying that we're in our country, okay? So before you speak, let me just say this, that when those early settlers came over here, whenever they did, and then what the biased American history books have been indoctrinating us with in America is that these people came off some freaking boat and came to these eastern shores, and they damn near starved. Why was it that they starved? Or it's because they brought seeds with them from a different country that came from a different soil. The soil over here is much different than any other soil anywhere else, okay? So in order for those people to survive and learn how to till the soil, they had to find people who were already here that knew about the soil and knew what to grow. All right, because I remember we was on last week or 2 weeks ago. You kept talking about we need to start growing. We've been doing that, okay, since whenever here on this side of the world. The best rice in the world grows in the Carolinas, okay, by Black people, Black Americans. Okay, it's called Carolina rice. All right, that's the best rice in the world. Okay, so this is our country. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Let's be fair now. Okay, I'm gonna stop and give you the floor. However, when you say things like that, we don't have a country to go back to. This is our country as indigenous Black people who've been here since whenever, okay? Since whenever. From far north of Canada to the far south of Louisiana, okay? We've been here, okay? From the East Coast to probably the West Coast, who knows, or definitely the Midwest, okay? So you know, again, I'm not attacking you, but I'm going to say that what you were saying is not totally correct. And then this is my last point I'm going to make right now. So you were describing how people, black people, as you say, that are here in America now, not all skin people are kin people. I'm going to say that. Just because they got my color doesn't mean that they are from here or have my lineage. Okay. So I know that on social media, there's a small segment of our population that gets played and repeated over and over and over again by many different people making content. Okay. And they can cut it up and do whatever they want to do with it. And it'll seem new. It'll seem different. Okay. It's a small segment that gets repeated over and over and over again. And when you see it, you may see it for the first time, but some of that stuff's been around for 4 or 5 years. Okay. Someone else just brought it up and reposted it under their name as new content. That's a small segment of people, man. You know, and then just like what was just shown earlier with the Somalis over in Minnesota or wherever they are. I know Minnesota. Anyway, you know, some of them are my color too, but they're not kin people. Okay. We may have the same skin color, but they're not kin people. Okay. So a lot of those people, for the majority, most of those people that you're referencing, that you say are lazy, we just seen the video. Gavin X played it. You know, those people over there living on the tax dollars, that I pay taxes on, or that's taken out of my check for taxes. I've been working a job since I was 14. Okay. People in my family have been working jobs since they were in high school. Okay. So that lazy stuff, again, there's a small segment of people that feel that they are entitled to something. And a lot of them are single moms with a bunch of kids. Okay. I don't know any black men. I don't know any FBA men that are on the dole unless they have some type of disability. Okay. And that's a small segment within itself as well. All right. So, you know, so when please, when you present something, come with some facts, come with some data. Okay. Cite your sources, come with some proof, just like Miss Ebony Dean does all the time. Okay. And dude, you know, we can no longer allow any of us on this panel to spout out some crap off the top of our head without doing some research first. Okay. Now I'm gonna give you the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody that's from the diaspora to, and instead of thinking that we're entitled or whatever, maybe take a look at our blueprint and how we figured all this stuff out. Because if we were not allowed to read or were in chains and doing it with absolutely nothing, we freed ourselves with our mind. We had to figure it out, and we had no help. So instead of thinking that we're entitled, maybe look at our blueprint to go to your countries where you guys are the majority and figure out how you can make something shake for your own country, because you guys are skilled workers and you guys are you know, hard laborers and everything. Go build your homeland and make something shake here, because we didn't sign any treaties with anybody here. We had to figure that stuff up out the mud, like we have to do for a lot of the things. What we did, you know, in our country with just being foundational Black American, it is a very unique situation, but you can go do that in your homeland and make something shake over there. If we can do it in chains, you guys can do it too. And it's definitely encouraged. We created a system where people from all over the world can come and receive, just upon arrival, receive benefits. We see all these, the cases in Somalia, they're coming here. 70% of the Somalian households in the country are getting government assistance. We are the ones who created that system for you guys, because if it wasn't for us fighting for immigrant stuff to come over and creating that system, y'all wouldn't have anywhere to go. So we just have to put a little bit more respect on our names, and you know, maybe just kind of look into our history and all that we've overcome and all that we continue to still fight. We're not running anywhere. We're sitting and fighting a system who has you know, been a hindrance to us for 400 plus years. A lot of people in the diaspora are the majority, and you guys can figure something out. So I just wanted to say that to anybody from the diaspora.
There we go. So what you got, man, Evolve? What's your response? We unmute you.
Rachai, that you have where your thing says Rachai Media, you have like a channel or something that you do, like broadcast or something like that? I'm asking that question because I would like to more, maybe you invite me to something where we could really talk, because, you know, I'm for that smoke. And a lot of the things what you was saying, right? You was doing like what I see people is doing with the Bible, where you say you're not meaning me, or saying that I may not be that person, but then you cut off pieces of what I'm saying, right? And you put it in what you're saying, and you're saying to me that what I'm saying don't have no whatever BS sexy way you was trying to put that, right? But I never said that Americans wasn't growing food or Black Americans wasn't growing food. You put that in my mouth. I said to the two brothers who I give thanks that they invited me and allowed me to come on their platform. And so I don't want to seem like that fella who causing a fight in people's place. But you just grab pieces of what I've said. I said individually as a person, grow your own food. That's what I said. I never said that you guys weren't growing food or this or that. And when I say about, when they was asking me, are Black Americans lazy? I say, I don't think that's the case. It's something maybe individually. And there are people and there are nations of people. And like I was saying to you, that's what is really getting me off when Black Americans come around me, some of them, right? When they come off with this attitude, like they talking to me, like I'm not educated because I'm from the Bahamas. It reminds me when I used to go to Florida, right? I would be inside South Florida sitting down in the neighborhood, right? And people would ask me, say, hey, Bahamas, what you saying? So you all just live in trees over there in the Bahamas. You all live in thatch house and stuff like that. That time, all those houses in there, all around me. My house bigger than theirs. But just because I'm from the islands, they think I'm, and some people even come here, Americans just come here, and because they see us, right? Driving their cars, they feel like, oh my God, you guys don't even live here. You just take a boat in the evening time to go over to the thatch house where you guys must be live, because all these beautiful homes is white people homes. You guys are monkeys, just like what the whites tell y'all. Oh, you guys are monkeys, and oh, you guys are ignorant, or ain't nothing in the Bahamas. In the Bahamas, there's less than 500,000 of us. People who could say that they're Bahamas, they're Bahamians. In the world, there's only 500,000 of us. So we still fresh, and we still have a culture of what belongs to us. Because as you do different generations of people, it becomes watered down. And each group of people has become less than the ones that was before them, proud of what it is to be this thing. And we proud to be what we are. We don't feel the same way like other nations. Some nations hate y'all. That's why they come and take your money. They would come there and just be taking your money, driving Lamborghinis, whilst you're right there sitting down talking about Trump. But I digress. But I never was trying to say in any way anything degrading to Black Americans, because Black Americans, you can see you guys come from a royal group of people. Soon as y'all put on some tennis, y'all run down the world. That shows that y'all have a strong blood and that y'all are people of great
intellectual and power that comes from just being a spiritual being. So I in no way was saying anything against anything about Black Americans. And that's why I say every person becomes the product of the environment that they grew up in. Some people in the Caribbean don't like Americans no matter what. Some Bahamians the same way. Some Somalians, as you're finding out, feel the same way. But it's not me. So don't bring the smoke to me and grabbing off little pieces to talk to other people about what they doing and saying it's me. You're wrong. And the review and the replay will show I never say nothing like that.
All right, here's what I'll say real quick. I think the part about asking everybody do they grow food, that's kind of disingenuous coming from, you in the Bahamas. You know, y'all got good weather all year round. So, obviously people, it's going to be subjective to where we live at. And another thing is a lot of y'all, you asking, do we grow food? A lot of people are inheriting stuff, in your country, for instance. So you already
talking to you and Mr.
Let me
Walker.
say this. The trees are already planted in a lot of these places. They're already growing fruit. Gardens already established. So a lot of y'all ain't growing up from scratch either. But y'all in a warmer place, so it's kind of disingenuous in my opinion.
No, I never said. I said you and Mr. Walker find yourself some place where y'all could grow your own food so you could be independent and have a food source. I said you and him, not the United States, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry. I say I respect you guys for what you two guys be saying and the experiences which you bring, because I learn a lot from watching this channel, and I respect you two gentlemen so much. And I say to you two gentlemen, since you two are so cool and doing your own thing, expand it to the place where you get yourself some land and grow food, because at the end of the day, you have to be a clan. That's why I like the FBA thing. You must be a clan where you can trade and live and support one another. That's why the first thing they tell you is go to school, learn this fake education. And it's fake because you guys have taxes and you don't even learn how to do the damn taxes in school. So right off the bat, I tell you, they ain't trying to teach you nothing would make any type of effing sense. So that tell you right off the top. So I was talking to you too.
I don't disagree. So there you go. We got some understanding. I think Man Evolve is a good dude. He could be misunderstood by some of us sometimes, but I think you're a good dude.
It's a prejudice. That's what it is, bro. As soon as I open up my mouth, because there's just something that is human nature. Because now I'm different. As soon as I open my mouth, some people just writing things down that they could find, like them said who the one, and they just writing certain things down, Mr. Media, to just rebuttal, because they automatically see me as an enemy. And that's how the United States have trouble, because just because of a certain color, even though everyone's saying they're Americans, there's automatically, for some people, they don't have to be you don't have to shake your head. For some people, it's automatically this person is my ops. And so I'm not an op. It don't make no sense me being an op. I'm about unity.
Okay, can I say something?
And come together.
Go ahead, Richard.
All right. So again, I said I wasn't attacking you, but there was something that you said that I wrote down. That's what you said. So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So, I mean, that's it. I mean, I'm not looking at you as an enemy or the ops. All right. And we're just having this lively discussion or dialogue of back and forth. And that's fine. Okay. And if you want to talk further, yeah, I'll drop a link for you. When let me know when you're available, or if you're on the Discord, you can drop your email address on the Discord for Cart Before the Horse, and I'll definitely set something up. Because I have no problem with engaging with people for some positive dialogue. All right. However, I'm not one to for the most part talk off the top of my head with different things. I am very much organized. Okay. I'm a IT professional, been an IT professional for 30 years. I do database constructions. I do enterprise app configurations, and I handle different resources and different projects. So I need to be organized, but I need to have my data and facts together when I talk to management and senior directors. So I'm saying all that to say that, yeah, I'll schedule something. Like I said, drop your email in the Discord chat. I'll schedule something with you, and we can have a structured conversation built around a framework of whatever topic that you want to talk about, or whatever you can bring to the table to get some common ground. Because you're right, we don't know one another. You're right. And I'm not trying to take what you say or twist things. That's why I try to write stuff down when we're on these different panels, because I'm old, man, and sometimes I can drop a pen and lose my train of thought. That's why it's good for me to write stuff down, and that way I don't go off on a tangent and start rambling. But if you can do that, then I'll set something up and we can go on a deeper level of conversation. Is that fair with you?
Sure, brother. But I was just saying, if it seems like there's something that you want to talk about in reference to would you say that I said that you seem to have some sort of confusion about, because like you say you're an organized person and you're doing all of this and that, but then you turning around and saying that person's coming on this panel and talking off their head and XYZ, which seemed like you was talking to me. So I'm saying, if you want to review what I said, and if there's an issue about it or something that you would like to make a conversation about it, I'm fine with that, because I didn't want to really turn the thing about what we was talking and take over the gentleman.
Listen, that I like it. Listen here, man. Shout out to you two OGs, man, older brothers. Much respect. Like, these conversations need to be had. Appreciate y'all. Listen, iron sharpens iron as man sharpens man, and that don't happen because everybody agreeing with one another. There you go. Listen, that's all. That's got to get some understanding. That's all. I like the dialogue. I think y'all did good. Nobody got hurt. Y'all too. I think I got a good idea of y'all two mindsets. If y'all cool with us, y'all should be cool with one another. Y'all talk, have y'all conversation, get understanding. Y'all end up being tight as heck. That's all. Just a mild misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think that for the most part, I've been to I forget how many countries I've been to. 17, 18 different countries for work. And I find that all people need to do is have a conversation. Mm-hmm. All right. Because a lot of times a lot of times the views I carry are misplaced because of rumors and false information about some other country or an individual from another country. So over the years, I've been working to erase all of that, okay, to level set everything, to come with a common ground, because all it takes is a conversation, and I'm not opposed to that, okay. And hey, no disrespect to you, Man Evolve, and there's no animosity that I have towards you, okay. And I'm just gonna leave it there, and we can carry it forward.
And there we go. And go ahead, Tim. What you got, brother?
I just want to say I agree with you, brother Rakai. But even better than having a conversation, because we have so many different language barriers, and because a person can converse and communicate with a person, that doesn't automatically guarantee that the receiver is going to receive the message. I think a better message for us to do as brothers and sisters is to go see it for ourselves. we always gonna have a misconception, or we always gonna base things on what somebody else has said or what we heard until we go see it for ourselves. Like I learned a lot of things in school, and scholastically, I seemed pretty smart, but until I moved away from my home state, I didn't understand culture. Like I only understood a narrow viewpoint or perspective of Black people from South Carolina. But when I came to Houston, I met Black people who never experienced, quote unquote, never experienced racism. So I started having conversations and dialogue and seeing. I hated police when I first moved here, and I didn't understand how these people could be friendly with their police until I saw it for myself. So that's all I wanted to say. I think sometimes the dialogue is always a good option, but sometimes we don't got to say nothing. We just need to go see it for ourselves.
And that's true. And yes, like I said, shout out to Man Evolve. I when I was younger, I used to come from the perspective of the whole Pan-African thing. Like we all brothers and sisters. You know, and the more we up here on this internet, I see how divided some of this stuff is. And actually very eye-opening for me. Because it's hard when Man Evolve taught, it's hard for me not to see him as a Black man. And then obviously he draws distinctions himself. He's like, I'm Bohemian, this and that. And that is what it is. It's stuff we need to learn. But I think on the grand scale, I think we'll be stronger together. But there's a lot of, distinctions there. What you got, Ebony? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Walker.
I was gonna say just right quick, you go, Ebony. That as FBA, we have a hurt, like we have been trying to search for a proper identity since forever. So there's I believe, Man Evolve, there's always going to be a level of emotion there with us. If I may speak freely, because we've been searching for an identity. We're big on, what do we say, Ebony Dean? Teaching our kids, what is it? Something of self. Know who they are. Knowledge of self.
Yeah.
That is a part of our unique journey. That's why I say not too many cultures have undergone the warfare that we have. So yeah, as we continue to try to, it sounds sick, search for our identity. It is kind of an emotional topic, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, and I think that it's really, really important that we do have these conversations. And I thank you, Mr. Walker and Gavin X, for opening up the discussion. And this is by no means going towards Man Evolve, but I know when he was speaking, he did state that some people from the diaspora have these types of sentiments or whatever towards their perception of us, and that is acknowledged, and we understand that. And that is why it's important to have these conversations and to know that it's not about just a skin color, it's a mindset. It's a mindset, and if we don't have the same mindset, then it's really hard for us to get on the same page. And that is kind of where we are with the whole delineation thing. We have great brothers and sisters. Man Evolve, you are one of them, from the diaspora that ride for us, that understand our sentiments, and who go hard for us. And that is who we want to build and grow with. We can't build and grow with everybody because of your skin color, because a lot of them, not everybody has the same beliefs. And if you come over with a different mindset, if you're saying that we're lazy and we're entitled and all that, it's really hard for you to represent us, in political stances when we're trying to fight for things like reparations. You guys already think we made it to the top, and we're still all the way at the bottom. We're still trying to fight for other things. So if you don't have that mindset, then it's really hard for you to speak for us. And that's the thing that we have an issue with. But we understand where you're coming from. And that's why we are with the delineation. So.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Shout out to him, dog. I see you wild in the chat. So shout out to Blue Ebony Dean. Look good, sister. Apes your truth. Speak your truth. I don't know. Y'all typos be wild.
Appreciate you, brother. Come back.
Shout out to Ham Dog. Definitely one of tonight's sponsors. Appreciate you. Says Ebony Dean, you heat that jacket from East Bay. East Bay, I'm jealous.
You know what? I actually bought this for my son and he doesn't like it. So I'm like, man, this is like 90s style hard. I'm going to rock it. So I took it from him.
And that's why he don't like it.
That's hilarious.
Free shout out to EV Ray. Come trouble. Says, okay, let's rewind the entire show. Evie is here. Fat chance, Ninja.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate your roulette rider coming through this evening. Say shout out to Man Evolve. People misunderstand him. Shout out to my brother Man Evolve. Let's hear it. When we come back to the Bahamas, yeah, I know where I'm staying. You said you got a big old house. I think I seen your house when I was over there. I got a question. Why do so many people on the island, on Nassau at least, have for sale signs on their cars, brother Man Evolved? I found that fascinating. Everybody's car is for sale.
So it's the thing what Trump was talking about with using tariffs. So once we buy stuff from the United States, because how we don't make anything like that in the Bahamas. Because like I said, we're just a small group of people. We just got independence in 1976. 1973. And so we buy our stuff from the States. A car is 45% the value when you buy it, when you bring that into this island. If it's a luxury car, it's 55%. There were certain times when, like my jet ski and stuff like that, the duty on that was 65% because it's a toy. So imagine you pay 15 grand car, right? And by the time you bring it in, you clear it, you do all of that, you almost paid for that car again. So you would buy used cars, you ride it around for a couple of years, and then you're trying to sell it so you could sort of upgrade. We catch you guys hand-me-downs. That's why I say you guys are big brothers. So when you guys buy the brand new car, then we can buy it a couple of years later. And that's how it is sort of circulate. And then we got to figure out where to put the damn junk after we done with it. Because you can't really find much lower group of people to really pass it down to and export it. So we building up a bunch of damn garbage which don't make no effing sense on our little islands with the junk what comes from other industrial companies. But that's just how life is be. Some things is
fascinating.
And like you said, I seen that when I was in Jamaica. You get people, you'll see like Mercedes-Benz and high-end cars on the aisle, and the steering wheel is on the left side. That's how you know they got bread. You like, this car was imported, because most of the cars, the steering wheel's on the right. But every once in a while, you're going to see that high-end Mercedes fresh off the boat, steering wheel still on the right side. All right.
I know a Toyota 4Runner go for a premium on the aisle. I seen one. Oh, I know that go for a premium.
Man.
Shout out to EV. Says, I wish I could agree with Mr. Walker and Glaze Galaxy. You ain't got to agree. You take what we give you, Ninja.
Appreciate you.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to the brother Ham Dog. We appreciate you. Says, honestly, a Caribbean baby mom just hated on me at work. I don't trust any tags for a private conversation, and he told me that white men on me and still got aggressive. Can't win. Okay, you had an argument. That's what I took from that.
Better be smart, Ham Dog. And shout out to Baba T. He come through sponsoring the show. He dropped a 20 in the Cash App. He says, I gotta eat, beautiful people.
Appreciate you, OG. Thanks for stopping up as always, man. Hope you feeling better.
And he dropped another 5 in the Cash App. He says, and Nug Nug. Not sure. Nug Nug got to eat too.
Shout out to EV's wild self. Says, in other news, Steelers lost. God bless America.
Oh, here we are. We're going to go around. All right, we're going to start getting final thoughts. I see Bob back. All right, must have had a good meal, huh? Okay, so here we are. We're going to start getting final thoughts. Crazy show tonight. We talked about a lot of stuff from the Minnesota, fraud situation, which led to ICE going to Minnesota and then the woman being deleted in Minnesota. So it all goes hand in hand. This is not an isolated incident. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I'll get you in, Leon. You ain't spoken in a while. What's your final thoughts, brother? Let me unmute you. Hold on. There you go.
let me tell you what time it is. Okay? The time says we're out of time. We have no more time to waste. We got to redeem the time. The time is now. We can't wait for our children to grow up and save us. We got to save ourselves right now. We can't be afraid. What do we have to fear? So if you got your dreams, your hopes, your desires, whether you're 18 or 56 like me, if you're still breathing and you're not in hell or in jail, you got some shit to do. Do it. I know I got shit to do. Ebony Dean know I got some shit to do. You know? And you guys know I got some shit to do. So whatever it is that we feel like we need to do right now, we need to do it. It don't matter what your age is or what your physical or mental abilities are. Look, just do it. You know, they're trying to distract us with this old bullshit going on in Minnesota. We got shit that we as a people need to do.
You've been too vague, OG. What's one thing Leon King needs to do? Give me one thing you need to do specifically.
Specifically, I got a financial endeavor coming up. It's going to take all my mental and physical strength to accomplish it.
Have you emailed us about this, Leon King?
Yeah.
I'm in a touch back with you. Yeah, you got a lot going on. Godspeed.
Yeah. So
I'm still unaware.
Well, the thing is that, look, the stuff that we have to do is life-changing stuff. It doesn't matter what it is that we have to do. It's life-changing stuff. It takes us from one level to the next level. I'm not talking about money. You know, the love of money is the root of all evil. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we got to carve out a little space for ourselves and for our children. And if you don't have children like myself, you got to carve out a little space for yourself so that you can live in peace, hopefully. You know, you don't want to, pick your battles. You know, decide the battles that you can win. You know, you don't want to be out here going to war over something that you can't win. You know, pick your battles that you can win. You know, so that's all I got to say. But, Mr. Walker mentioned iron sharpens iron. That's straight out the book of Proverbs. Proverbs has 31 chapters. There are an average of 30 days in a month. If you want wisdom, today was the 13th day of the month. I read the 13th proverb. And, you know, I'm trying to tell you, man, if you want some wisdom, you read a proverb a day and apply it. You know, if you've been a fool, I've been a fool. Stop. There's nothing wrong with having been a fool. The problem, the shame is continuing in that foolishness. So seek out wisdom. I think that SBC, different podcasts that, along these lines, they will teach us wisdom. Seek out the things that we don't know. I've seen in the chat where different people said, "Well, I didn't see this. I didn't know this." Seek out what you do not grow by what you know. You grow by what you don't know. So seek out the things that you don't know. I'm done.
Okay, sound good. Shout out to Leon. We appreciate you always showing up, coming up, cooking. We're gonna get Brother 10 in. Also, Man Evolve, check the private chat, brother. What you got, Brother 10?
Hey, well, once again, I want to thank y'all for extending y'all platform to me and everybody else that's on the panel. I just think that honestly, I don't think society's gonna get better. I don't see society getting better, but I think that we can get better within society. I think individually, each person or collectively, us together as people can get better within society. But until that happens, I don't see society getting any better. I don't think it's gonna be any less amount of attacks on us as people. I think it's going to get worse, but we have to be resilient. Just like in sports, the game don't get harder, the game don't get easier. As you elevate, as you progress from amateur to professional, the game gets harder, but you get stronger, you become better. So I'm not afraid of society continuing to go down a disastrous path. I'm afraid if we don't do nothing about it and about ourselves. So to each and every person, I believe that the more that we pour into ourselves, the more that we read, the more that we exercise, the more that we eat healthy, so we can vibrate on a level that we can receive messages the universe trying to give us. I believe then incrementally, as we get better individually, we get better collectively, and then society will start be impacted by how good we became.
There you go, Brother 10. That you got optimistic at the end there. The majority is going to fall to the wayside. Is that not prophesied as well? The vast majority of folks are going to fall to the wayside. That I believe that is that the ongoing fight of good and evil. Good always wins, if you ask me, but always a fight because there's such a small group of good people versus a large horde of bad people. That's why it's always that anxiety. Shall good prevail? I truly believe and live like it is, but it's not going to be hordes of us. There's going to be pockets of righteous resistance, pockets of folks growing their own food, pockets of folks sacrificing for the greater good, but it's not going to be the majority.
There we go. So what you got, Man Evolve? What's your final thoughts, brother?
Like I said last time when I first came on the show, that it really stands out to me is something that I proved to be true, where they tell you whenever you have any number, whether it's 100, whether it's 10, whether it's 1,000, 10,000, it always boils down to a 1% rule that happens naturally. There's always only going to be 1% who are going to do the work. And it's always going to boil down to 1% who will say, I'll even take the leadership role in getting this thing done. And once you see that happens, most everyone else is just fade away in the bushes so they could point a finger at it. So it's all about finding yourself around people who are like-minded with you and creating a clan atmosphere where you could mastermind. You see how much that is a new thing that's coming around? Napoleon Hill talked about that in Think and Grow Rich. The power of a mastermind, when you put people together who focus on something and go at that, nothing can be, there's nothing that they can't do. Look at Elon Musk, who sending jets and shit up in the sky on a plate. Like how people trying to buy cars, people trying to buy Escalade. This dude trying to build not trying. He is building rockets, and he's still on X. So that tell you He is not the person who's sitting down with those algorithms, figuring out what it, the X, Y, Z, pi, and all those stuff like that. He's not doing that work. He has a group of people who's around him, who's working together, and continue SPC to be that sort of environment where you gathering people around and growing an environment that people could feed from. And I give thanks for the opportunity.
Appreciate you, brother.
Amen.
So we're going to get Sister Ebony in. What you got? What's your final thoughts? We will be back tomorrow as well, as we told y'all. We got a midweek Rumble planned. So you're definitely more than welcome to come up if you ain't doing nothing.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm always game. So yeah, just let me know the time or whatever. But I just wanted to thank you, brothers, for creating this platform. It's been great. We've been having some great conversations and discussions, and I'm so happy to be up here today and just getting the different perspectives from the chat and also from the panel. I think that we are, just to sum everything up, I think we are in great position as FBAs right now. Right now, we are not the focus of everything because there are other people kind of at the forefront, and on a national stage, they're kind of seeing who we are and how we have I started to identify ourselves and started looking into the lineage and realizing that we have a real claim to the things that we're talking about, and it's being recognized on a national level, which I think is great. I think that the stuff that's going on, with the ICE and stuff, that is not our fight. We don't have to stick our neck out for people anymore. It's a time for us to focus on our own lineage and what we have going on, because we have our own battles to fight. And I think that that's important. One of the topics that we brought up today is just, it's not about your skin color. It's just about your mindset. And as FBAs, we're always willing to work with people with that mindset. And we are looking into people's, background on a political level and stuff. And if you don't have that mindset and you're speaking for us, then that's what we have a problem with. And that's actually being recognized on a national level too, because they're calling out the politicians who are undermining, our progression. And I think that that's a great thing. I think that we're right on track to where we are and where we're heading. Everybody stay on code and remember B1 reparations for all FBAs and cut that check. This is just the beginning for 2026, and they will be cutting that check for us. I love you guys.
Amen.
We appreciate you, sister. And Richai, what you got, brother? Final thought.
So, thank you, Man Evolve. I like the spirited exchange. Okay. And I'm going to just forgive me if I misunderstood what you were saying. However, I'm going to look at your email that you sent after this show. And you said, break down the points. Okay, I got it. And I'm going to set it up to where we can continue this conversation or continue a conversation so we can get a better understanding, or I can get a better understanding, okay, from other people or many people on this panel. So this is what I'm going to say, and this applies to me and me only. So a change in a single individual's inner determination can transform my destiny, transform my family, and the world around me. So that's what I'm focused on. All right. I don't make a New Year's resolution anymore. I just make vows. And my vow means I'm taking action to do something that's positive for a change that's going to impact me and my family. So with this dialogue and exchange of ideas and information that you and I are going to have, and maybe we'll invite somebody else. I don't know right now, but
Stephen James said he in. Stephen James said he already won in.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. But I'm hoping that that both of us, at the end of all of this, whether it's 1 day or 3 days, 1 month, that we're going to reach some level of understanding to whereas we are comrades, if that makes sense to you. All right. And not combatants. Okay. Because I don't need any more enemies. I got a baby mother that's already for the last 40 years. It's, oh my goodness, the stories I can tell you, I can share with you. So, but I'm gonna leave it with that. And Gavin X and Mr. Walker, a good discussion. And Ebony, is always good looking at you. I'm not gonna simp or flirt with you now because my wife may be listening. So I'm gonna end right here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Appreciate you, OG, as always, man. Don't be a stranger. Take care of yourself. Don't be getting sick like Baba T.
That part. So we appreciate all y'all coming up tonight. Brother Tien, Rachai, Sister Ebony.
Yes. Good night, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And man, Evolve. We appreciate you, brother.
See you, Brother Tim.
So here we are, man. We done made it through another crazy show. What was I about to say here?
I tell you what, I want to just touch base. That was a great conversation. Shout out to Ebony Dean. We built this country. Dag on right. We touched on that, and I touched on the many ways we did. Shout out to Man Evolved. Grow our own food. We've been talking about that. That's one of my primary messages. Decrease our cost of living, increase productivity. For the Walker family, it's self-sufficient, homestead, or bust. I don't see no other way. Why continue to try to stay on this hamster wheel chasing penthouses in LA when we know how these stories play out? Like, even it just ain't worth it. I'm searching for a deeper meaning of peace, and I can't imagine a better peace without the Bill man on my back. And shout out to Baba T. I never realized this or thought about it, but our ancestors fighting civil rights for America for a while didn't like nobody of darker color. Didn't they have like the brown paper bag test? So yes, our ancestors going through these sit-ins and all of these civil rights hardships. Yes, they made it possible for other folks of darker skin tone to come over here and be able to move freely as well. Shout out to our ancestors, our FBA ancestors that put in the work, man. Big time. But shout out to the panel. Great conversation.
So yeah, we made it through. It's a lot, but I think we touched on all the points. You talked about the woman in Minnesota. I guess we'll close out with that. Yeah, we were asking, do we think the guy should be arrested? And where we at here? So this woman, yeah, I mean, a lot. ICE up there, white privilege, all that. But stay tuned. I said it earlier. I don't disagree with resistance. Not this. I wouldn't be in the street blocking them, but if y'all want to be out there blowing whistles and all that, go ahead, put up some kind of resistance so they can know, like, all right, because you don't know what it can snowball. They can start doing whatever they want at some point. So yeah.
I don't believe in antagonizing folks like that. I just don't. They go get lunch, big boy. What you gonna do? Like, I get like, man, like this is really F around and find out, and did right. If y'all want to see the aftermath of that, I'm posting the Patreon right after the show. It's wicked. Yeah, like I believe maybe all life is precious, never the freaking less. That was dumb. That was all the way dumb. How y'all know it was dumb? Look at the outcome. Shit.
So here we are. Like we told y'all, we will be back tomorrow. This was an awesome show. Thank everybody for coming up. I think we learned a lot. Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher, one of the first guys to blow the whistle on the Minnesota fraud, and we finally talked about it.
Give me your credit, brother. Shout out to Truth Over Lies, Carpet for the Horse Nation. We're going to cite our sources and give credit where it's due. Something that is kind of missing in this space. Appreciate you, brother. Hustler's Philosopher. You definitely called it out, and he was serious. We understand your passion now, brother, for sure.
So here we are. Also, shout out to all the sponsors tonight in the Cash App. Shout out to Baba T, Sister Ebony Dean. Yeah! Like we say, shout out to Hustler's Philosopher. Ham Dog came through late, sponsored the show. All right. Shout out to Evie Ray, the Roulette Rider. Shout out to Frederick Howard. Like I said, Baba T, he's in the Cash App and the Super Chat. Shout out to Unc B. Strayman, Mr. Incredible. Who else came through tonight? Brother Hex, Sister Rachel.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Rachai Media, Onyx Black, who pulled up on the chat, Brother Onyx. He was having some technical issues, but not sure.
Appreciate you. Appreciate
And last
all
but
you.
not least, I was going to say Major Drama and the Roulette Rider.
We appreciate all y'all coming through. Shout out to our sister Ebony Dean, the leading lady of SBC as it stands. Appreciate y'all coming through, rocking with us. Please continue to do so, supporting y'all interests, supporting your channel, hitting that super chat, hitting that cash app. We appreciate y'all. We shall see y'all tomorrow. No time at all for Regal Rumble Madness. It's like a twofer. Regal Rumble, Truth Over Lies. Same energy, same madness. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
That part. And we'll see about dropping the link. We don't know. We plan on it. We plan on it in 2026, getting back to dropping the link for the Rumbles, doing more midweek Rumbles. Yeah, we was watching. Y'all remember how it used to be? We dropped that video the other day. It was a good time. Sister HQ was up there, so we're going to drop the link coming soon. Maybe not tomorrow, but be on the lookout. Tomorrow we're going to be cooking though.
If Mr. Walker had his way, someday we will have a Regal Rumble All-Star show. Bring them all back. Tyranny, Crystal, Pick Meek,
Not
Lamb.
this, you ain't welcome, Steven. Drop the link.
Shout out to brother Stephen James. I told the OGs that you want to be joining on the conversation. Man Evolve and Rachai. Let them know.
Yeah, both of y'all. Neither one of y'all showed up today talking about drop links. Nonetheless, crazy show. We'll be back tomorrow. Midweek Rumble should be around the same time, around 6 o'clock-ish. All right, a little earlier than our normal times, but we're going to come up and cook tomorrow and Thursday, SBC. So we locked in this week.
There we go. Make sure you join the Patreon for Friday's show. It is the third Friday of the month. Make sure you are there for that. The Patreon is booming. And we'll see y'all Saturday, Sunday for the rest of the week. It's like we like y'all or something, huh?
Yeah, I believe we are doing a giveaway in the Patreon. Also, we're going to check tomorrow and Thursday. Yeah, see, make sure y'all got y'all gear. All the people from last week. Mrs. Locks to Smile. I see her in the chat. So we're going to check in with y'all tomorrow, see if y'all got y'all stuff.
There we go.
But until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now. Viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when he need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when he need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.